YouTube again. And if it works, it works. It's saying it's working. Okay, cool. Finally. So I do apologize about the big interruption, how long all that took. YouTube was being a punk, and that just does that sometimes. But yeah, so for those who are new to Timberborn, if you're wondering why I'm playing this game again so recently, because we only played it like 2 weeks ago, it's because they had a big major update and dare drop. So each one of these objectives over here gets me an extra CD key of Timberborn to give away. More than likely, I'll be giving those away on Discord, because while I complete these objectives, I don't actually get those keys till usually several days later, and then I'm trying to hand it out while we're playing a different game. So if you'd want to have a chance, you'll have to join the Discord. It is what it is. I'm just going to go with that. I'm also probably going to give away the keys to American Truck Simulator we've got collected that we did a dare drop for. I wasn't going to do those in Discord originally, but I never did find a good way of distributing them that felt fair otherwise, and I could just use them as a reason to make you join the Discord. But we'll get going with that. Anyways, so pretty much what Timberborn is, it is a game featuring, it is a post-apocalyptic city building game featuring sentient beavers. And so what I mean by that is humanity fell, and these beavers have come into power. And so the world is generally not an awful place. It's still got issues that got left behind by humanity, but otherwise it's relatively fine. And you build up your little areas, and the thing that's different about this game versus other survival city builders is other survival city builders, the vast majority of the time, it's you have spring, summer, and fall that you try to get firewood, food, coal, whatever the things are you need to survive, and then winter happens and you buckle down and you try and get to the other side. There are more different ones like Frostpunk that it's a different cycle, but you get the idea. Most of them fall in that thing. So the way this works is a little bit more like Frostpunk in the sense that you have like a good time and a bad time. So you have your wet season, everything's fine and dandy, the rivers are flowing, thumbs up, and then you've got your drought. All those things I just said are not there, and it's not fine, it's not dandy, and if you don't have your water handled when the drought happens, you die. What this update does, it adds what's known as bad water. So you have these fountains of like this gross rust-colored water that makes your beavers very sick and kills them. Well, you also have a new season that's called Bad Tide, which is your water source that normally gives you good water suddenly gives you not good water. And you gotta deal with that. So we are gonna be doing a new game. Now, I am doing dare drops, so the fully grow and gather all plants requires me to play as the Folktales. So last time when we played the other week, I was playing as the Iron Teeth, we're playing as the Folktale. The only things to know the difference between is these ones both have their own special stuff that they build. So while they have like 80-ish% overlap in their buildings, they do have special buildings that this one works with nature more, this one works with, you know, exploiting nature more. Alright. And normally I would choose one of these other more complicated maps, but you'll notice one of those challenges to have 48 beavers in diorama. So we've got this tiny little map that we're going to try and make this work. This is about 1/5 the size of most of the other maps. We are going to keep it on normal difficulty, but yeah, so we're trying to knock out those goals. I suspect we'll probably survive a bad tide first, then hit the population of 48, then maybe... then it gets to be less clear. It's so tiny is the what I'm going to go for the name. Alright, so if you look... oh my god, that is so tiny. I underestimated how much of a difference in the map size it makes when you go from 256 by 256 to 50 by 50. Okay. So yeah, so the issue we're going to run into, so you can see we got our water comes from down here, up here. It comes in a waterfall, it goes through here, and then we've got the gross water over here, the bad water. Now, this is just the existing water supply. What is going to happen down the road is this will get contaminated from time to time. So the first things we got to do before we worry about any of that is we need to cut down all the trees we can for all the wood we can. So you go over here and just do this. I'm just going to queue all of these up to be cut down. The good news, it does seem like it can go the whole way up here. Except that top part. Alright, so the good news is actually most of the materials are not far away. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to cut a road straight across here. And over here, I will put to build the things for cutting down wood. But yeah, so the idea is you've got limited materials, but the big thing is you notice how this ground up here looks like crap. It's all dried out. That's because there's no water nearby. When the drought hits, this will stop producing water. The water will flow and like the riverbed will go dry. And when that happens, all of this ground will turn that same dried out brown color. I do suspect what I'm going to want to do is probably ultimately put a, I mean, it really feels like it wants me to put a dam here, but I feel like I want to put a dam down here eventually to just block right in front of where the bad water is. Just for the short term to try and retain the water here as much as possible. I think in the real short term, we're just going to plunk down a dam or levee right across there, just to give ourselves some water retention. The next thing I need to do is we do need to have the berries there, so we're going to go ahead and unpause now. So the things I need to get early on is I will need to get a water pump. Let's plan to do that over here for right now. And we'll end up building a second water pump right there. It'll take a minute to build this. Right now, they're just wandering around because there's not enough workers to do stuff. But now that that's built, one of them will start working on that. You get the idea. We will need to, very early on, build the inventor, because that's how you research. And we'll need to get all that going. I will also need a wheel to run in and the lumber mill. And I know I'm building a lot of these too early. Not that one. Actually, can I do that one right now? Water wheel just requires lumber. That would be doable. Because I'm basically trying to set up just the minimum I require to, get ourselves sustainable wood. Because that'll be a very early concern that we've got to deal with. So they'll cut down the trees. We'll have all this stuff get built here. We'll also need housing. We got to be careful how much housing we build early on. Because with this group of beavers, anytime you have surplus housing, the beaver population will gradually build up to consume all of that housing. Which is good most of the time. But yeah, so we need to let that run for a little bit. We will need to get a lot of food supplies in here. Yeah, because we can get the farmhouses built. This whole area is almost, like, literally almost the entire area is in range to be this. That is ridiculous. So can we eat carrots just as carrots? Some of these you have to cook and some of them you don't. Okay, we can eat carrots just as carrots. So I'm going to do here real fast. I'm going to say, yeah, all of that, carrots. Alright, so we're going to try and get that going for right now. And it's going to be a little bit of work. Oh, welcome to the tutorial. Oh, they reset the tutorial. That's fine. Oh, I don't want that there. Hey, don't do that. We will need water storage. Alright, but I want to be careful about how much I build in advance. Because like I said, I'm going to get myself in a lot of trouble pretty quick. Meanwhile... go along here. Because we'll want to, one, get access to the other side of the river. And 2, I want to block that off so then when we have the drought, I at least hold back some water. But yeah, so you can see how this ground is all like nasty and gross. It's because this is the bad water. Which we have the wonderful, wonderful dialogue here of, why do we have to clean up after the humans' mess? Oh, right. They're all dead. Checks out. Alright. So we've got our research going. So the big thing I need to get right away is the forestry here. And that's the reason why we're building these, is it requires planks. So we got to get that going. Once I get the forestry, things are in a much better place. But until you get that forestry, you can actually just like game over yourself by not having what you need to manage. You like to refer to the hamster wheel as a power wheel? Yeah. But nah, so it's a fun game. Like this map is a special challenge map that's very small. One of the big advantages of this game is you can build up. So like I can literally, once you see me start building houses, I can put a house on top of a house on top of a house kind of thing and make zigzagging paths to like go over top of it, which makes it really fascinating. But that is just the nature of how it works. Going through those trees way faster than I like. But this is gonna be... Ah, you're playing the update? Yes, I am. And Insane Sport got a 25 stream streak, so thank you for catching all of the last 25 streams without missing. Yeah, no, we played News Cycle for a while, which is another city builder. Kind of banished-ish, but post-apocalyptic. But you know, we had a good time with it. It definitely, it is early access, and it feels early access, is the way I will describe it. It's not bad. It actually, I would actually say that News Cycle is a pretty good starting point that they've got set up. But there's definitely a lot of stuff that I expect to be way better later. But it's definitely not there yet. So what's going to end up happening here is we're definitely going to have to try and maximize our use of a lot of these things. So I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to put a bunch of our housing and all that up here, housing, storage, and whatnot. We're going to try and maximize our food production down here. And we're definitely going to want to see what we could do to limit the bad water there. Seals a bad water source. Employees and workers who extract bad water directly from the source. Seals a bad water source can be opened or closed at will. Gotcha. So we can later on, way advanced in the technology, we can actually make this bad water go away. So I do feel like one of the things we ought to do is somewhere around here build up a giant reservoir, just like volume-wise, get it as high as we can. To just give ourselves a large volume of water over here. And I can see making our river. I actually don't know if this one we're able to move the dirt around or anything like that. I know the Iron Teeth can do that. I suspect the Folktail can do it too, but it's not a thing I've had to worry about. Alright, so we're going to start making our planks, so that's good. That should happen. So with all of those being dead, I wonder if they'll actually cut that down or if they're too small. Because like I said, I do think I'm going to put the housing and all that up here. Because houses don't need water where they sit. And so that'll be a way of being able to go up here and have that. Alright. So right now we're only using the berries as our food supply. It's not a great food supply, but it's what we're working with for the time being. Yeah, I'll also probably move like literally everything. Anything I can move up here will probably go up there as far as this, and try and leave as much of this growth space. Let's see, if you flag the dead ones, they're in range, they'll cut them. Yeah, so all the dead trees are in range here. It's just I'm not sure if they cut the little teeny tiny dead ones. Either way, if they get rid of them, that's what I need. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough map. All right, so we have to wait till 60 science to be able to get the forestry. That's the only big it has to happen. If we mess up and we don't do the forestry, it's basically game over because you run out of wood and then you just die. No more SnowRunner? Not today. We'll play more SnowRunner. I'm a variety streamer, so I do bounce around, but there's a major update for this game today. We got a key for News Cycle, which is a fairly brand new game just the other day. Honestly, SnowRunner might happen tomorrow. But yeah, so we've been bouncing around, because like Friday, we had on the Twitch side, a bunch of people gave me like, you know, bits and subs and all that we hit a major milestone, so we did Twitch integration so the community could play games with, or you know, we could have the game kind of stuff together and all that. So that was what we did yesterday. And then today we're doing the two new game, well, the big update here and the new game News Cycle. But like I said, I think News Cycle is a one and done. It was a really good start for a game, but it's not. It definitely needs more time in the oven, as I would say. Like I genuinely enjoyed it. I think it's a game to keep an eye on if you're into that style game. But if you're looking for a game that is like ready to be played, it's not there. Like very genuinely, it's just not there. Will it get there? I don't know. Honestly, with as good as it was looking in the current state, I think with as good of a base as they have, there's a pretty good chance they could be one of the ones that make it to actually seeing the product through. Okay, so start storing water in there. So yeah, so basically we're pumping water, we store the water in the barrels, we're planting food, so between the berries and the food, this collects the food and plants it, these collect the berries. So I know I'm kind of rushing things a little bit. I'm trying to get this set up, that we have our water flowing down this river, and I want to put a dam here that'll make it so the water, when the drought goes, it'll at least store for this area until we end up using it all until that point. So we got to worry about that. In the meantime, we're just cutting down trees. We should have enough planks for the forestry now. Yeah, so let's go. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, I'll put the forestry over here. We'll grow a bunch. We'll get a bunch of trees growing in this area. Once we get them planted, we should be solid. But I just got to make sure I give myself enough time to get them in the ground. This will actually be a little tricky to do all the varieties of crops just from a limited amount of space. That's okay. All right, got another one for water. And we're going to deprioritize these two spots for just a moment. I want to make sure I don't run out of wood. We're almost at the forestry. Here's this, how long you been on Timberborn? We're pretty early on. We just started. We're doing some dare drop stuff, so that's the reason we're on this microscopically small map, as opposed to the giant ones we usually play. It will be interesting to see how much I can do in this one, though. But once I get the forestry built, then I'm going to start building some houses, because that's how the population increases for the folktales. You just have to have surplus houses. But we are going to be really, really efficient with the growable area. Alright. And unlocked, yes. Forestry. That'll work for me. Highest priority on both of those. Because once I get that built, then we're square. Because then I could say, hey, plant all of this trees. I don't know if walking on the hostile ground is the problem or spending too much time. I don't know how that works. You'll have to update your 2 maps now that the update is actually out. Oh, are they maps you made? Because I think if you try and load up the update, they actually did rework all of the vanilla maps for the update. Because we have these, you know, bad water sources to contend with now. These are your maps? Like you made these maps? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Because they're saying if you've played on these maps, then like this, the map changed to add this. Like I don't... Let's see, I made 2 maps for myself, but had a few streamers playing it. Oh. Okay. So I need to get these trees pulled up so this is connected, but now we're out of the danger zone. So they'll keep pulling up all those trees, and it'll be okay. In the meantime, let's look here and get a medium warehouse. And this will be for the carrots. Let's see, you put 1 into the contest, but nothing happened so far. Gotcha. So these... 3 inhabitants. Oof. That's rough. Gotcha. So these are low occupancy. So 3, 6, 9, 12. So that's just to meet my current population. And we'll also want to make sure we have at least enough to increase the population. A little bit. So go with that for now. Alright, you're connected now. Okay. So, we need them to plant trees. And while I'd love to go immediately saying, hey, plant oak trees because they have the most wood per time, that's not a realistic thing yet. So right now we're going to plant a whole bunch of birch trees. Because they're the other end of the spectrum where they give you... They give you wood the fastest, but it's not the most efficient. So get that till we're like actually up and running. And then once we're up and running, then we'll switch over to oak. Got to build up with this map, huh? Oh yeah. Now the dare drop is just to get a population of 48. Alright, so I've got carrot storage. We're going to also want to go over here. And you'll be berry storage.
She's got a lot of talent there.
Oh, I thought you'd think so. I was a model back in Texas.
I don't know what that's from, but it is what it is. All right, and you will be...
Today was an unusual day, but after this, there'll be no more.
I don't care, whatever that song was. We're now listening to our normal playlist because it just kept getting stuck in a track. I'm going to try going back to our normal playlist because I like it more than this one now. But, like, it was just stuck on one track and wouldn't advance. And that was a big old bummer. So, artist, choose you. There we go. All right, we'll see if it goes. Okay. So we've got all this running. So they're going to keep cutting down trees and making progress there. We've got this set up. Now we're also not in danger. We'll go ahead and add a second water pump just to help secure things. We'll keep going with all that. But yeah, so I'm trying to move a lot of the stuff that doesn't need... Name the beavers. But it takes so much time to name the beavers. Like, because the issue is the beavers only last for, like, a couple in-game years, and it just rename... Like, if they had Twitch integration, where I could just be like, yeah, you can just get a beaver named after you, I'd be down with it. It's just really kind of annoying, because you have to, like, keep renaming the beavers and naming the beavers and naming the beavers and naming the beavers. And it's a whole thing. So, personally, I don't want to. It's also a thing of, like, finding the unnamed beavers is... I mean, it's not the worst. I don't know. I would be down. When the drought comes, does the bad water also stop flowing? Yes. Alright, so we've got our first storage building going. We'll get the next stuff going. The big new environmental thing is, again, when our actual water source, my understanding, will eventually become bad water. Looks like a City Skylines river now, doesn't it, though? Alright, so we're starting to get all the dams built, so that'll be good. Because that'll be the thing to give us the best chance for the drought. Oh, they also changed the UI for, like, when a drought happens, like, there's this big thing that comes out as, like, you know, drought imminent or whatever. So it used to be just this thing would kind of go blonk, 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 and then you'd see the drought coming. Versus now they actually have, like, a thing that's, like, drought coming, like, 3 days or whatever it is. So it's a bit better on being informational. Okay, so the question is where to invest our place next. We can get the levee next. I think we do start working on the levee very early in this run. Okay, good. There is a dirt extractor, so that will let me do stuff like change the shape of the river and all that. Probably need stairs early as well. So the good news, there actually are stairs that go to each layer up to around here. So I can't get all the way up top, but I can get all the way to this area. We'll definitely need the stairs. Oh, right, to build our structures up, yeah. Yeah, let's get the stairs right away. We'll need the stairs and the platform. So that'll be quite a bit of research. I do wonder, you know what we probably could do? I bet you we could literally make levees that just turn the bad water and just dump it off the side of the map. Oh, do you have broken teeth? Is that going on? Yeah, alright, so... Get ourselves a teeth grinder. Because they broke their teeth. Let's see, on the topic of playlists, etc., needing some care just before, may I ask, are you using any type of specialized service for your playlist to ensure you're not getting DMCA hipped or like? I've been wondering since I haven't streamed actively myself for years, assuming... Yeah, so I'm using what's called Pretzel Rocks. But it is DMCA safe. Now that said, you still want to do the whole separating your tracks thing and all that kind of stuff, because even though it is, you know, okay, like it doesn't break DMCA, it's the DMCA signature check thing false positives a lot. And I used to take the time to contest it every time it did, and let the music be on the VOD track. But I finally was just like, all right, look, man, it just takes me too much effort to contest it, so I'm just not going to. So I'm just going to separate it out so the music doesn't go to the VOD at all. Could also use bad water for hydropower. This is true. I don't know what the effects of the really gross, crackly ground, though, is. Is it like a streaming service? Yeah. Yeah, so here, now I've got this thing that pops up there, and they still have that. But it's like, hey, you got a drought on its way, buddy. Buckle up, buckaroo. It's drought time. Alright, so early on it's going to take us a little bit of time to establish. Hopefully, we should be able to get this finished before the drought arrives, which should do good for us. Yeah, so I can see trying to build this area up here to being a reservoir that grows crackly water is probably totally safe, probably, maybe. Yeah, so it'd be one of those things that I could see on a large map. You can put a bunch of water wheels and then use pipe the mechanical force someplace else away from the gross water. But they actually give us buildings way late game where we can just literally just like put a cap over the thing and say, nah, I don't want it. There's also one where you can like open or close it at will. And I don't know why we want to extract the bad water, but apparently we can do that. Okay, so for those who don't get how the dams in this game work, basically it holds the water about 3/4 the way up the tile, so that some water will be clean. Can you clean the bad water? I believe there is stuff you can do with the bad water. I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't played enough to really figure that out, because it is the brand new update. I messed with it a little bit just to kind of tinker, but not enough to really kind of figure it out. Alright, so we've got that all set up. Okay. Apparently... Yeah, TikTok's weird. It's like it's not detecting the sound. And I'm not going to adjust the sound in the game to accommodate TikTok, because it works with YouTube and Twitch totally fine. It's not my fault TikTok requires me to use their software and it's garbage. Which I did apply for a stream key. They had a thing, but it didn't work right, because they're like, you already have access to stream. It's like, right, but I want a stream key. I want to be able to use OBS and encode once and have it go to all the places, and not have to have, like, my YouTube and Twitch over here on the left, and then TikTok using their proprietary software whose encoding is terrible. It looks like the bad water hydrated the ground, has dead trees. This is true. It probably does kill stuff. It actually makes me curious, when the drought stops and it fills this in with bad water, I would suspect, will these trees just start to die? And like, how long does the bad water have to be present for the ground to go from looking happy to this? We're about to find out. So you can see the drought, this one dry, and it collapsed down here. Now we're retaining the water here, which is why that didn't go away, but this one... Oh, right, because it's not going to backfill because of this thing. But yeah, now that the bad water's gone, the ground is no longer looking awful. But yeah, so this stops running because it no longer has current to turn the wheel. We got our first house built. Cool. We can go ahead and get our staircase. And after that, we will go and get platforms. And the reason we want those is so that way we can build up for our housing and whatnot. And try to take advantage of the elevation as much as possible. The big thing that's going to be the limiting factor for our population is just how much ground I can get covered. We can get the thing that lets us rip up the ground to move it around. And so I could definitely see doing a thing with that where if you were to play this long term, you'd tear down a bunch of these like hills and all that down there and lower them down to like make this like one big plateau. You know, and this like another, maybe not over here. Like make like a big plateau here to work with like a little river running through it. We can worry about that when we get there. Let's make that hypers. Hi, wifey. You hang downstairs? That's a responsible wifey.
Yeah, I'm responsible.
Who are you?
I love you the most.
I love you more.
Hi, Neonex. Hi, Kiralis. Hi, Oosay. Hi, the very last Lardine. Happy.
What's up?
They made me happy.
They do that.
I New Zealand.
They're really great when you're having a rough day.
Yeah.
They're very distracting.
Yeah. Hello again, Kiralis. But they make me want to stay, and I need to go to bed.
Yeah, you do need to go to bed.
Ah.
The real reason here, oh, I know, I'm second billing. It's like people have cats. You know, the cat's really why you're there.
Cats are cute.
The streamer is just filler.
Aw, thank you, the very last Nardine. You all sleep well eventually. Watch him in the meantime.
So like, watch him, give him bits, sub to
Yeah.
his channel.
Yeah, like and subscribe. No, I do. I love you.
I love you more.
I love you. I'm pointing at you individually.
It made the beavers happier.
Yay!
All right. So now the water comes back. So if we watch, the water will spill over here. It'll drop down to this area. And then this will slowly fill up. And then eventually it'll spill over here. And then this starts emitting the gross water again. Oh yeah, so there we go. So bad water makes the plants very unhappy. So yeah, we want to do what we can to contain the bad. Oh man, it kills those crops instantly. Okay. All right. The bad water is real bad. I understand now. The bad water is real not good. Okay. All right. So, new priority. We funnel this off the side of the map. As fast as we can make that happen. Hey, we just gained 2 more well-being. Yeah, it's not called semi-not great water for a reason. I figured it would kill the trees. I didn't figure it was like instant death to the trees. Like those trees were straight up gone. So contain the bad water. Yeah, my plan with the bad water is to like build a levee and just shove it off the side of the map. That's my plan for dealing with the bad water. That is no joke bad water. But the thing is, we're waiting on research. Oh, we're starting to have some of our beavers die of old age, and the population hasn't been replaced yet. The good news is it will sort itself out, but we're also getting that built, so that should sort itself out relatively soon. Okay, and actually, it looks like they got that square. So what you're going to see me do is something a little unexpected. Is they're going to cancel growing in all these spots. And then the reason I'm doing that is we've got all those birch trees already planted. So they should grow, and we're going to want to replace those with oak. And the reason we're doing that is the oak trees produce way, way more. The problem is they take forever to grow. So I need a short-term source of wood until we can move in for the longer term. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait and just deal with that. I could use the dams to limit it a little bit, but it would not be nearly as efficient as doing the levees. And then the risk is it could very easily spill over. Well, plants? No, I'm pretty sure it means like edible plants. So it'd be all of these. Which shouldn't be too hard to do. There's only 6 of them. These grow in the water. Yeah, that bad water? It's bad. It's bad. I can see if you let that bad water get out of control, it'd wipe you out. Alright, so we are starting to get our replacement population. It'll take a little while to age up from being children beavers to adult beavers. It's one of those things you gotta be careful that you don't grow too fast or you have problems. The Daredrop says, while playing photos, fully grow and gather all available plants. Plant crops category on the toolbar. Yeah, that's what I figured. So that's actually the thing. I just have to fully grow it and collect. I don't even have to actually make the food. So that's one of those ones we can kind of cheese a little bit. Because like in a pinch, what I could do is I can just plant all of them. The only thing I need to unlock is the aquatic farmhouse. Yeah, because we just put down some tiles and all that. I wouldn't need to necessarily do that, but... Why are you all out of water? I see. Water, please. Okay, so that'll help. That's, again, because we unfortunately didn't get our population replacing. We'll be okay. Like, we already got more kids swapping in. We just gotta get that sorted. Alright, so we've got all the barrels there for more water storage. And we're helping getting all that sorted. Everyone's got a place to live. The population is going up. We're just short on workers to get a lot of things advancing, but that's okay. In the meanwhile, we're just working and getting our wood set up. It's fine. We got planks. I wonder what the logs are getting used for right now. Oh, we got this last thing being built here. And then we'll start being able to collect some extra logs. Yeah, so now we're finally starting to store a couple of logs. Those take a little while. All right. Let's see, you're already bad at this game. Let's see, the first bad water tide will be interesting. They really they did a really good job incorporating the new mechanic. Yeah, so what I suspect we're going to need to do for the first one is I'm going to need to be able to have effectively like a reservoir here that we have like a gate that I can just slam open the gate, just dump the water out of the side of it, off the side of the map. Is I think what's going to happen is we'll have like some type of like capture point, just dump it off the side of the map, be done with it. But we're going to depend on getting levees and all that, and I can't do much of anything until we get the some of the youngians to adulthood. I'd like to be able to expand the housing to keep the population being able to grow, but we don't have spare workers. So let's see, we got 6 and each one is willing to house 3. So let's see. 18. But you didn't even know dumping out the side of the map was possible until there was a tiny flood in one of my games. You did? Light bulb mode for sure. Oh yeah, and that was the whole thing. Like you'd sit there and you'd like build up the area to try and contain the water, and then you'd be like, "Why am I not getting the water?" You'd see it just falling off the side of the map. You're like, "Oh, okay, I understand." That is some ugly bad water. Yeah, no, it's real bad news. We had where this backed up and it killed everything along this whole line here. Like in seconds, it's like, oh, oh, you some real nasty water. You're not slightly bad. You are straight up awful water. Alright, so we got a lot of kids. They are starting to age up. We've almost got our workforce replaced. We have 3 beds free. Maybe you should keep the lower level birch so it doesn't lose progress. So the birch isn't going to grow in time. What I'm going to end up doing is I'm just kind of accepting that's going to be a loss. And we're going to just race across here. And like I said, I think we're literally going to like build levees and just levee it right off the side of the map. And just say, this water? Nah. No thank you. We don't want this. Get it out of here. We'll do that. I was gonna wait to try and build up, but that'll be a later-us problem. So I think the least amount of building I could do is I could build here and then levee across there. Like right along here to just give us the 1 tile gap there. I think that would cut it. But I need to unlock the levees for 120. Because once I do that, this should be just secure. And then I gotta get ahead of this thing. Because like I said, I'm gonna probably need to get like the floodgates. And then what we could do is I could have like some type of reservoir here that I have the floodgates, I could throw them either way. Then I have one that's at like the base level where we just chuck the water off the side of the map, and the other one we could put out this way. So that way as I see like bad water coming, I can slap one gate, swing the other one open, and take care of it. Alright. Drought approaching, that's fine. I'm accepting all these are going to die down here again. Alright, so those are full. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do is, since we do have the extra, we're just going to go with more storage. Give ourselves as much of a buffer as possible. We'll definitely want to mix up our storage more, but right now, it's not that important. Oh, you can't reach that far. That makes sense. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is you can reach that one. We'll wait till we can just go here. We'll put one of the woodcutters here so they can reach the whole area. And also like free up that area that I might be able to put like a larger water storage there or some other building that takes 4. This is also open if I want to put stuff on this side of the river later. And I built the right building. So you cover all of that. You cover most, but I don't have a good spot to put it next to that one, really. Being weird about those, so I'm not going to fight it. Alright. So drought's about to come. I think it's going to kill all these plants at the drought ends. Our research is getting done now. So we had a delay there, but we're at least in good shape there. Okay. Yeah, so these will start popping up pretty soon. I hope. It just takes a while. Like that's the whole thing with the oak trees. You can basically have to ride out a cycle and then they start producing, but they produce way more. It's like 2 or 3 times as much as the other ones. So just kind of like getting yourself situated enough you can get to that point, and then go there. Oh, you know, I bet you it's not set to cut down. That's exactly what happened there. Okay. So good news is our water is in good shape, as is our food, which are the important two. Our population is going up, so we're gonna have spare beavers pretty soon that we can have working other tasks. We're also cleaning up all this. We're almost to the point I can start building the levees. We're not gonna be able to get the levees up in time to prevent the contamination. It is what it is. Like I said, I think the route we're going to take is put one gap here, go right across there and over. And by that I mean over this way and then that way. That way, if we mess up, it just spills into the river that's already there and not directly into our water supply. Because that seems like a bad idea. Okay, we officially have more beavers than we have jobs for the beavers to work. Good problems to have. We also have the underground ruins over there, which is a nice material. Like right here, we could just get the steel from here, and we got pretty much straight route up. Would one tile be enough to handle the flow? Probably. Worst case, I can keep building it up. And levees, yes please, do that. All right. So we're working on it now. Place will be nowhere near done in time, but we might be able to get this pretty far along. The downside is I just don't have the wood yet. We're stuck waiting on these. They're over, some of them are over halfway grown, but it is what it is. Once we fix that, then we'll have some of these trees dry over here on the edge due to drought, but it will be the sudden and abrupt death caused by this. Alright, so let's get this contained. And then the next project is going to be immediately beelining over here to create some type of lock system that I can make sure this doesn't happen. Contaminated. Oh, it's got a radioactive symbol. Okay. Yeah, that kills stuff fast. So it's not like water that's got a little bit of gross stuff. It's like, nah, this is straight up like nuclear radiation water. Yeah, that's probably not... It's probably... Yeah, we don't want that. Wait, radiation bad? Yeah, Geiger counter just starts clicking away. I'm like, okay. Let's not spend any more time than we need to near this thing. All right, so next thing to get is probably going to be our platforms, and then we're going to start working into new forms of food or whatever. Right now, we're just waiting for the first of our oak trees to get there. And we got this one here's at 57%. The unfortunate reality is it does take 30 days for them to get to full size. I don't remember how long a cycle is. It's something like 15 days or something like that. So we're just stuck waiting. But like 30 days for 8 wood versus like, yeah, so if we look at this, we get 8 wood every 30 days. We can get like 6 wood for 28 days, 4 wood for 24. 12 days will give us 2. One wood every 9 days. So you get the idea. If I had this going for the whole 30 days, I'd get 3 wood out of it versus 8. All right. So what is going to be our next investments? We're going to get the platforms, because with the platforms being unlocked, that opens up where we can start building up, which will be very important for this challenge map. And once I route the gross water over there, this should become available as a growable area. So we could potentially see about trying to go around here, put another dam literally at the edge of the map to hold the water here as well. Make this a growable space. We could do the aqua farm over here, try and get more crop types going. Try and get that challenge knocked out. But the big thing is I need everything to get sorted. I need to get this rerouted, and then I need to get a lock system up here. Because I need that lock system for when the bad tide comes through. It doesn't just poison everything here. Whereas if I go and I turn it up here, maybe just this area dies. All right. Okay, chat. It's not been super long, but I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly pop in, use the restroom real fast. I'm going to let this just kind of run for a minute because we're waiting for those oak trees to pop up anyways. So I'm going to pop up, use the restroom, be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Beavers with nukes? It happens. If you just leave some nukes laying around and the beavers find them, you know how that ends. But yeah, for everyone curious, if you are interested in trying to check out the game, that link will let the people who developed the game know that you did find it here. We are doing dare drops. That's the reason we have all these objectives over here on the left. Each one of those objectives I complete will ultimately get me a key I can give out to the audience. Now, granted, it won't be today. What'll end up happening is we'll get the clips whenever we accomplish those, and we can turn around and give those out later. But yeah, so clicking the link makes it so they're like, oh, yes, okay, so, you know, doing this with this creator did successfully, you know, get us a bunch of clicks and all that sort of stuff. So if you are interested, you know, do the link. But that's for Timberborn. The reason it's like dare.io or whatever, that's dare drop. That's the middle one and all that. It's just a tracking link. So all you need to do is you click on that. It just says, hey, someone clicked on this. And then it'll take you over to Steam, respectively. You don't need to do it, but it is one of those things that does help out the channel. Basically, thirst, so you're eating the carrots. We're already halfway to the 48 beaver populations on the map. That's fine. We're basically just stuck waiting on these trees. But we're already about 75% grown. I think it'll be one more day-night cycle or so. And that should get us where we need to be. We got 120 here, so it's platform time. Okay, so what the platforms let us do is in the future, I'm going to put... they won't quite fit. I was going to say what I was going to do is put, you know, another row of houses here, and then we can put platforms. I left room for a staircase going up here so I can make a second floor, and then we can, you know, reverse it around this way. But you get the idea. So I can build up in this area. Which we can, it's just I can't fit the extra room. That spot, that one spot there, I cannot fit a house. Which is fine. Alright, so the next investment I think is getting a floodgate. We're probably just going to have to settle for the smallest floodgate, but that's all we need in the short term. Is just enough that I could make a little room here, that I have one floodgate on one side, one on the other. And you get the idea. I can swing open or close whichever floodgate I need to handle, you know, rerouting the bad wire this way or having the good wire that way. But the good news is even while we're waiting for these trees to grow, we are still making a lot of research progress. I wish I could see how much, like, you know, like the how much water we produced versus consumed within the last in-game day or 30 days or whatever. Yeah, 81. So we're just waiting for those. Once they start, you'll have like 1, 2, 3 trees will pop up. They'll get a chance to cut them down and replant. But you have like the next 3 that they should pop up at roughly the same speed that we were planting them. And at which point then we should have just a solid rotation going. Okay, we're definitely not keeping up with the water. So that'll be another thing to add onto the queue. At least I don't think we are. We're on the fence if we are. So either way, it's worth taking the time to do more. Now, it does make me curious. I did notice here somewhere we have the thing to dirt excavator. A heavy-duty mining rig for collecting dirt. It uses... it's used to extract... to soften the ground. So I'm not sure we put it someplace and it just keeps drilling down endlessly, or how that even works. Because I could get behind going to the edge of the map and just drilling all the way down to whatever the base tile is and just moving one tile at a time to build up wherever. All right, drought time. Yeah, so it's gonna get just about done. I don't think we'll have time to finish the reroute. Because It's bad water gives extract with right equipment in place. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can kind of put a cap over it where you can just open or close it as you wish. And you can also have a separate thing that you can put like a big cover on it that as they want, they can extract a little bit of the bad water. I assume you use it as like, you know, a radioactive fuel or whatever. For whatever purposes you need. You're at 87%. Because yeah, we just have to have the levees built when it's when the drought ends, not when it starts. Shame it doesn't reach just a little farther. It's fine. Yeah, because we're just waiting on those trees. This always ends up being a thing. I jumped to the trees a bit too early, which is fine. It doesn't hurt you that bad. But it is always those things in this that you do run into a situation where if you try and just like rush to the trees, it gives you a bit of a painful like ramp up in the early game. But once they get set up, the faster you can get there, the better you're off in the long term. By like trying to ramp up to the bigger trees. But there's always that awkward doing the switch over. I've done better in the past, or what I do is I do like, you know, half of this would be oak, half would be birch, and so you do multiple rotations of birch in the times, and then the moment the oak get up here, you'd clean out all the birch on the bottom and knock them out. I'd kind of hope by doing all of the birch at the beginning to just get that first influx, that I could then pivot. Let's see, will they be able to reach the levees in the riverbed? Forgot how... Oh, they can, like, just magically build down. Like, so if I was, like, 40 tiles up building the levee, they would, you know, set up one tile after the other. There are some things they can't do it, like the floodgates, they have to be at the correct height to do, but levees they can build up. And that's because otherwise there's areas that you could get the start on the top of the hill and not be able to get down because you couldn't, you know, build the platforms or levees or stairs to get up to you. So it's done for game mechanic practical reasons than realism reasons. %. We're almost there. Once that pops up, we're going to start getting a decent number. I wonder... So I'm assuming the bad water replaces the drought season when it does the bad tide. As opposed to, like, you have the drought and you're like, oh man, that's getting rough, and it comes back and it's like red and it's like, oh no, it's bad tide. And you just know you're already dead kind of thing. I mean, that happens with the drought sometimes. You'll look at your water and it'll be in a bad place, and then you see like the drought comes, you're like, welp, that's death rolling in. I do find it interesting how much they're focused on eating the carrots, and the berries seem to be going mostly untouched. Like, they will eat the berries, but it definitely seems like there's a preference to the carrots. And so the cutting down of trees begins. Please prioritize these ones higher. I am down for you to block that, but only after you've made it so it doesn't splash over into our water supply. Once our water supply is secure, then you can start messing with all this. Yep, trees. Okay, and then we can get a feel for how far the bad water is going to get out in this area when we go to loop that. And like I said, once we've got this, I think we'll put dams right here on the very end, so this holds water as well. And that should make this a growable space. We can put that to use as well. Alright, so for this area, what I'm thinking we'll do... We have 166, so we can use the small floodgate. Now make that 3 wide. Now, it does mean that's possibly going to retain bad water for a little while longer. Oh, that's still very much higher. That's not... Okay. So I think what's going to end up having to happen here is I'm going to have to build this up. So instead of making it a proper reservoir... Okay. Slight change of plans in how we're addressing this. We can go here. This isn't going to be a right now. This is going to be the next project. So I think that's fine there. But what we will do... So that needs to be that height. Well, that's not what you'll want to see. For the moment, since... Make a path through that. But they are going to finish the levee along the way. Okay, so this bush needs to go here. And honestly, we're going to have to kill a stripe of these. We can change you to being gathered over here. Alright, finish it. Finish it. You're right at the end. Yes, last second save. Okay. So. That's starting to pull up slowly here. And now it's going off the side of the map. So we have contained the bad water. That'll also work to give us a way over here as well. Okay, so that's right now just funneling the bad water out the side of the map, so at least this isn't getting any worse. Okay, we're gonna pause these 2 spots. Just so it doesn't become a bigger problem for us. Yeah, so like I said, the plan is we're gonna have these 2 kind of locks up here. Once we have them, I can just open it up, it'll just spill into the same route we've had before. But those will be a priority to deal with. Alright, so I'm still working on the research. We could expand over here. I'm not worried about that quite yet. We do have a lot of space down here I can put to use for growing. We did run out of water up here, which is deeply concerning. Which does mean I need to increase the amount of water we're storing. Which I don't really have a lot of good options. Like, we're gonna want to build some of this up. That may even be what happens here. Is once this is done, I might start building up, like, the height of the river here or something. Because normally I would, like, if there wasn't bad water, I'd normally build a giant reservoir up here. That would then pour into this. We could just, you know, tick down the gate little by little to, like, dump more water in there as needed. You know, or make the giant reservoir up here and put the pumps all up in the giant reservoir, so it's basically just the water sitting here. Please get rid of that bush. Actually, I don't need to do it like that. Let's not do it like this at all. That'd be more of a headache than it's worth. So what we could do here is let them build that. We'll have it go up and over, and they'll make like a whole scaffolding inside this area to deal with it. So we can go here and say 1, 2, 1, 2. And that's all filled in for later. So pretty soon they should start running us so they can reach to build. They're gonna keep building those up. That's the reason why our stuff isn't getting constructed. They are prioritizing that. But that's fine. Alright, so we've got this spot over here. And go ahead and just say all these trees, just get rid of them. We don't want them. But we can build another farm over here. A beaver is injured. Okay. It's not here. Service. Infirmary. Build the infirmary so we can treat the injured beaver. Cool. But as you can see, the trees are now getting ahead of us. Beavers can swim. That they walk along the bottom in the, like, they walk along the bottom of the game. We'll make the aquatic place next, because then we can start growing stuff around here. Cancel this for the moment. I can definitely put more trees of some kind of here. Is there a type of tree that gives us food, just straight up? Not that's convenient. Those ones have to be cooked and whatnot. Alright. Oh good, they're actually getting that built. Because, yeah, we want to get that to retain water during a drought as well. Which will be fine. Probably later on I'll cut across this way and go that way, but that's okay. All right. So one thing I could do is I could make some reservoir up here. So, like, take this over, make it boxed off like this. It wouldn't be a huge reservoir, but it'd be something. Because we're gonna need to rely less and less on those berries. And we cut across this way, maybe I can plant a little, I mean, this whole area, until I get that plugged up, is going to be a bad time. Alright, so we do have the dam, so that should keep this mostly secure for food. So the next thing, food-wise, we would make the grill. You do not require mechanical power. So you can do potatoes, chestnuts, or whatever the last one is, like spaddock or something like that. So we can go down here and say efficient farmhouse, and once you get that cleared up, we can go ahead and put potatoes down there. And basically just, we're trying to like maximize the use as much of this land as possible. Go ahead and get rid of these. You will be doing grilled potatoes. And that should be the only one I need to remove to make that available for farmland. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely need to get the water retention sorted. We can get rid of this bush here. And like I said, we'll try and make a thing to go over this way. So what we'll do here, levy. Actually, not there. This would be a little bit of a tricky one to deal with. So that'll do for that spot. It's gonna be a while before they can get any of that built. The one thing I will do, though, is I'm going to go to this edge here. I'm going to say, don't build that one tile. So that way they can't do a thing where they actually block off the whole river and it floods. Okay, so now I can go down here and efficient farming. I can go down here and say, I would like potatoes. And get that happening. But that'll give us a little bit of a reservoir. Oh, right. I'm not going to be able... One sec. We got a problem with this. Don't do what I just told you to do. Because I need you to be floodgates. So that way I can slowly let the water out of here into the... No, actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. What we'll do is we will move our water pumps up here. That's what we'll do, is we'll take all these water pumps that pull from the river and cause it to be a problem. We'll put them up to this reservoir up here, and they'll have plenty of time to, like, pull from the reservoir. Well, we'll have some time, I should say. Obviously, we'll end up wanting to make this all a deeper, more reasonable system, but that's gonna happen after a while. Right now, we're working on limited space, so... we gotta work to make the most of it. Oh, right. It's still saying you're not connected because these are still here, aren't you? It's fine. Because I'm worried if we don't get ahead of this soon, we're going to be in trouble, because what'll end up happening is we'll get our bad tide, and it'll roll through and just kill everything. Versus, I believe what'll happen is we'll probably lose these berry bushes here, which does kind of suck, but at the same time, we haven't been eating the berries hardly, so I'm not super worried about it. And we're getting more food options. I'm surprised that doesn't require mechanical power, but hey, that's fine. Oh, it consumes logs. I guess that makes sense. All right. Oh, you can connect the farm path now? Yeah, thank you. Let's go down here, and just to get that moving, bump up the priority on all of these, so rip out all those trees. Okay, so the water wheel should stop after a couple of seconds, but all of this should mostly stay. Now, if it's anything like that the last time, this will go dry after a little while, but this should stay having stuff. We don't obviously want this to go dry, but I think it's fine for right now that what we'll do is once we get this built up, I will move some of the water pumps up here, and because this will be several tiles deep, I actually don't know how deep these water pumps go. I think these ones aren't as good. Max depth of 2. Okay. Yeah, so we'd do something like that. There'd be this little pocket that keeps water in it, but I think that's fine. But that'll give us another place to draw water from that's like 2 tiles deep. And that'll at least work for a little bit. And ultimately, we'd potentially want to raise that up, start raising some of this up. Maybe convert this whole other half of the river, like do all these things where we cut across here and do that. Make this into more and more of a reservoir over here. Give us some area we can work on growing stuff here. Alright, so we've got that situated, so we can go here and say potatoes. Cool. That'll mean we'll start getting that. So the next thing to go is potentially getting a much bigger... Well, no, we don't need to do the bigger lock system. Alright, what would be the next on our order of business? We can get a large water pump. So I can go to maximum depth is 4. So that gets us 5 water. So I think we get this next, assuming... No, that's actually be way later that we can make that. That'd be nice, because then we could potentially put a large pump in that. That's fine. We have a hauling post. Honestly, I'm not going to worry about that, because this area is so small. So we can get a second grill to do Spatic, which would require the aqua farm, which I think would be fine. So we went for the aqua farm. It's 150. We can do that right now. Let's see what happens if I build a building on the gross. Now go here and say this will be up to there that we can do Spatic. And then we can go over here and build another one of the grills. And meanwhile, so I will need raw Spatic, cooked Spatic. We'll need the raw potatoes and the cooked potatoes. It's time to start going up. Alright, so where are you going? There's the cooked Spatic. There is the raw Spatic. Where are you at? There. Now you go the cooked potatoes and the raw potatoes. And now it goes up. Now I just gotta wait for her to keep getting stuff done. Alright, so the good news is we do have the locks set up. We're gonna raise those to their maximum height for now. And these, when they're done, we're gonna have them at their lowest height. Because then they'll flow into this chamber here. Yeah, because they're building out this wall, and then we fill in this area. Actually, you don't need these. I didn't expect them to be smart enough to go over there and deal with it correctly. I didn't want to micro them. That's fine. Okay, so we're almost set where we can go back and forth with the floodgates to deal with this. And I'm assuming these won't count as being next to each other. If they do, that would be a real problem. Then I'd just like disable that one in the middle being attached, and we can just leave it too wide. Alright. Yeah, so it does dry out the fields a little bit, but luckily it hasn't been bad enough to be a real danger. We have increased a lot of our yields and all that, so we're doing good here. Our wood is good, so we're just kind of like waiting for them to keep getting the building stuff done. We definitely need to get these pumps up here so we stop drying that out, because that will be a problem in the long run. Or we need to get, like, again, the reservoir increased in size, which is probably what's going to ultimately happen. But we need to expand one segment at a time, kind of thing. Yeah, we probably can actually do... The hauling post wouldn't be a bad move. Because that would help them just move the planks and all that kind of stuff around and save, like, especially the water people having to run over here and try and top these off. You know, honestly, another thing I could see doing is making another reservoir down here. Like, knock out this tree on the edge here, build an area across here, and let this hold the water. And it would still drop down to where it is at down there. But that should help us press back against the polluted water, I think. It doesn't matter. It'd still be another place that could store water to keep it from being an issue. Actually, I could see making this whole area over here a giant reservoir. Like, obviously there's the bad water there, so like maybe cut off here, go there, wall this section off, put a ton of water up here. You'd have your bridge or whatever to get over to the steel. And then this would be a giant area that we could just dump water back into the system. It'd be tricky because I'd have to build this up to navigate over there. But I don't think this is going to be that usable space for food anyways. Potentially gives us more options for retaining water long term. Because that is one of the things that as the game goes, the time we have between droughts will get shorter and shorter and shorter until it becomes effectively fatal. Alright, one more and then I'll have that started to build, and then I'll be able to go through here and say, don't worry about it anymore. Alright, turn these back on. Because now I got that whole system set up. And we've got people who are getting happier because now they're getting potatoes. And Spatic will happen pretty soon. Cool. A little bit happier there. Do we have any more crops I would need to grow on land? Wheat and sunflowers. Okay, otherwise we have the cattail to put down there. So if I put a spot to walk down here, they could do the cattail down there. Yeah, so even though I have no need for it immediately, basically just makes it so that's another thing sorted. Yeah, those are all like 2,000 and all that to get that. Alright, so you'd be for the cattail to make it into flour. Right, and then you can make crackers and whatnot. Okay, so neither of those are useful until those are sorted. Those can boost the production of our other stuff. Okay. What crops do we not have? It's just wheat and sunflowers. I mean, honestly, you know what we could do just to achieve the objective? There. And once that's all done growing, and we can look here and have them all listed, that'll be the, you know, achievement challenge, whatever you want to go with. Not achievement. That'll be the dare drop done. So in the meantime, we can go ahead and list some of these. We will have wheat. We will have that, and what was the last one? Sunflowers. And we will have, there's the dandelions. Where's the sunflowers, though? That's sunflower seeds? I guess that's the output of that. Makes sense. Okay, so that way we're actually growing all of it. Okay, so we do not have enough workers. So it's time to move on up with this. So I guess what we're gonna do for here is I'll build these two. Just plan to build as a platform later. And get the population going. How are we doing on time, by the way? Alright, so we're still doing good. So we could still probably pretty easily knock out the population objective. We could probably get all to grow the plants. We'll most likely survive the bad time as long as when it happens. I don't think in this one we get the well-being 15, but you never know. I think that's kind of the stretch goal. But I can see if people are into it doing a second one. Alright, cool. So we do have our double locks to deal with the bad tide. So like what happens is once we get the warning of the bad time, I slam those gates down, I slam these ones up, and that reroutes the water off the side of the map as opposed to into our pool here. Now they can go ahead and build all this out here. And once we get that, then we can move some of these up to this area. I do like the idea of transforming this area, like this whole section here, into a giant reservoir. Because it's not a particularly easy to use area for us. It'll be another major project, though. Well, that's fine. So if we were to do this, let's cut it off from here. It would need to be fed in from this system here. Yeah, so that's where this would be involved, is this would need to raise up. We would get the water fed in here. It would dump back in here. In the meantime, we'd just go like this. Just fully just wall that thing off. Not even worry about what we need. And then we can continue to build that up. Yeah, that's ultimately what happens. This whole section here would just get built up more and more to feed in through here. We'd probably go to about the level of around the height of this. I'm not super worried about that right now. But then what we'd end up doing is it'd have the, honestly, we wouldn't even put these levees here. What we'd ultimately do is just expand this whole setup here to spill over into this area and, like, wall this whole area off. We can worry about that later. Like, right now I can just sit there and they can't reach 90% of it, so it doesn't matter. They'll build, like, the 1 or 2 levees they can, and that'll be that. Yeah, so you're still worrying about trying to make our first reservoir, which we could build up to 2 high. We can make this work, so let's go here. Yeah, so it doesn't reach the whole way, but that'll at least let us move one, like, get this pump gone, put it up there. Pull from this reservoir till it's dry, reduce our load here. Like, that'd be the big idea for, like, a giant reservoir like this, is probably put all of our water pumps up here, you know, maybe build our housing on top of the, you know, area up here. That'll take some time to set that up. Alright, I got sunflower seeds. I don't think they can eat them just straight up, but I'm not sure. We should get wheat soon. And then we're waiting for this and the staircase for Spatic. The same over here for the cattails. Alright. Drought approaching. It'd be nice to get this done before then. Okay. Because we left the one tile there. That's why I was like, please stop building that. Alright. So we're still gonna go drive this one as well. That's fine. We've been managing to maintain our water and keeping it capped off now, to the point that we're not even running our pumps nearly as much, which is a very good problem to have. Alright. You will make the grilled Spatic. They're sitting on a giant pile of planks. Alright, so I think we're at the point I can actually turn that back on. Because even if they start walling this off, this is high enough it'll still get around. They have to go from the top over. They're making really good progress at getting our mini reservoir in place, so we can get our water moved over there as well. And then we'll go for like just the giant monolith reservoir, which requires retooling this whole thing. Which honestly, the way I'll probably retool this is we'll just keep building this wall up and then replace this with the triple high flood lock. Then they'll be able to like run the whole way around, do the same thing on the other side. And that should work out okay. What I don't know is I'm under the impression that when it's a bad tide, that this is where the bad water comes out. But I am concerned that what happens when I've got a bunch of fresh water and bad water in here? Does the bad water sink to the bottom and then poison the ground around it? Does the bad water float to the top? Like how does that work? Because if it floats to the top, that's easy. I just leave the gate leading off the side of the map until, you know, I stop seeing the bad water, I see the fresh water, then we swap the gates. The very last said, you found out you're the very first person diagnosed with autism. You found out that the very first person diagnosed with autism passed in June 2023. Forgot how recently stuff like autism and ADHD started being recognized. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't until like way after thing. It's one of those things that it's always a mixed bag to do this, but you'll have like with the hindsight looking back at a bunch of people throughout history and be like, this person probably did have, you know, autism or ADHD or whatever. Now granted, you can't actually do that and say, ah yes, but they did, because that's, you know, it would definitely not be an appropriate way of diagnosing. Yeah. Maybe test run the alternating water flow? Oh yeah, no, I can demonstrate that it works. That's fine, because effectively this is a wall right now, and this is open. I can go like that, and that becomes a wall. and then this becomes open. Like, we can test that real fast, just so when the water comes back, we'll just see it spill on that side and then swap it. It's not like I need the mechanical power for the planks right now. I'm sitting on 170-something planks, because we've been, struggling with the builders. Might be worth my time to actually get the builders thing. The builder's hut? Probably is. I mean, actually, we're waiting on employees. Let's not build more. I need this stuff to get built, and that's not gonna do us any good until we get there. We'll end up getting a couple more workers, but then we're gonna be shy. Because we're down to just one unoccupied bed. Let's actually make another house. Let's make the 2 houses a priority right now. Alright, so what are we missing? It's the Spatic. So the Spatic and the cattails are the only ones we don't have yet here. So let's actually make those a priority. So build that, build this, and this, and that'll make both those capable. Yeah, so we do have this little problem here, where that's just staying full. I can work around that by, you know, basically filling this up with levees, and then building the platform on top to reach them. That's actually something I'll queue up for, you know, a rainy day kind of thing. I should only need those paths, like, to reach the whole thing. You don't know if it's only showing because you're on mobile, but the call to lamp... Oh, it's still there. I remember that being a problem. Let me go ahead and fix that. Yeah, no, that is actually one of the big downsides I found with doing Call to Lamb the last time we did it. Not recently, but like the very first time. I shouldn't say last time, the first time. Is I have to go in and disable that after the fact. Okay. So it might not show up right away, or like it might refresh or whatever, but it should go away now. Okay, so you've already got all that built. No available workers in the district. I understand. We do have that house built. We're working on getting this one built. I can go and take this path here. No, stop with that so I don't accidentally build way too many houses. Alright, so this ran dry. It's going to run dry faster and faster as we start hitting it more and more, which is the reason I'm trying to prioritize these reservoirs. Let's see. Missed one spot in that waterbed pool? Oh, thank you. There we go. Cool. Alright, so we get a couple more. Alright. And how are we doing towards getting the really big lock? 500. Because what we'll do is we'll plan to get the really, really big locks here, the 500 lock, and we'll do the same thing here. And then we'll take the time to do that. You know, take the time to replace those, which will be easy enough of leaving those there, go into these ones, replace these one by one. And then once that's done, go over there and do the same thing. Because I want to replace these during a drought, because otherwise it'll just dump out the side of the map, and that won't do me any good. But in the meantime, it's just going to take a while to get that going. The good news is those are drying. I don't have time to mess with that. We're gonna lose those crops if I tinker with this. I know this works already. We're gonna lose these. Ah, never mind. It's too late. The crops are dead. Yeah, so we could just go like this, slam that down, slam this up, and you see how it instantly rerouted? That's the goal. Alright. I mean, you're complaining about food, but we got all the foods available. Oh good, we got our first worker here. That means they should start growing the spaddock and all that. And the cattail. That'll be good. Yeah, I can also see it being a thing that we put up a giant wall, even a tile farther out, to build up this reservoir area. And then again, be able to flip it back and forth. That's a pretty macro scale project that may or may not even get done at any point, but that's fine. Alright, it's almost time for this to get sealed off, which will be nice. And we got a lot of stuff to build up here. I don't know the orders for lots of these things, but that's fine. Oh, no available workers. Oh, we had some people die of old age, and alright, that's fine. That's the reason we did the more housing, is that'll help with all that. They should get this done, and then that should start building out a bunch of this. Okay, we're almost to the 500 to the Othi. So I'm actually going to plan for this to be done soon. There's a little bit of a dangerous thing for me to do, just in case we have bad luck with the whole thing. But I've got the supplies. And so the moment we go and we get the triple floodgate unlocked, I'm going to immediately turn around and make that the highest priority. Would you be able to put the water wheel underneath the waterfall? I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. I've never tried. It'd be much more annoying to position it. But generally speaking, one of the advantages of this is I could sit there and reroute the water and then make it so it's like wide enough that I can have 2 or 3 water wheels running at the same time. Right now I'm only doing that, so I'm not super worried. That's actually one of the things I should be working on, is increasing our water storage. I'm just trying to get this handled first. Our construction people are doing their best. Oh, wait. I forgot, I could assign extra workers here. That'll double the speed we're building things. I forgot that thing starts not maxed out. I think it's the only building that does that too. That's going to be a way to keep the wheel running if it starts spewing nuclear waste all of a sudden. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. We've got so many planks right now. Obviously, I will need to deal with the industry side later. But for the time being, the industry side hasn't been that big of an issue. Alright, just a couple tiles from this being closed off. Just a little bit longer till we have, Yeah, so we did close it off. It's spilling over to this side, but I actually don't care about that. That's fine. When we close this off, it'll start spilling out that way. Yeah, no, it took too long to build the other stuff, so what's happening right now is they're starting to get a bunch of our beavers are dying from old age at the same time, which is kind of like throwing our population balance out of whack. Sorry about that. And that'll sort itself out in just a moment, as things all like kind of get shocked and all that. Okay. Yeah, so you're getting this bigger reservoir up here. They're also starting to get all these storage buildings, all that built over here as well. They're doing pretty okay with all that. The big issue is I need the population to age back up again. Okay, so that should get our instability of the water there sorted out. They'll get that last levee knocked out. Then we can go with that. And the next up will be just honestly expanding. Yeah, so like they're getting all these buildings knocked out over here. So that's all good. So this is done for the time being. We're gonna get ourselves more houses and all this expanded here. Now we'll try and get the really big floodgates here and there. Once we have like the really, really big floodgates, then we have the advantage of, you know, dealing with all that. The real problem is these floodgates. I'm gonna have to do those when a drought hits. Because otherwise I'll take my water I need and just dump it off the side of the map. But that'll let me go up to 3 tiles higher on all of this. So I'll have to probably route the way up here to up this area, and then we'll take the same pattern along here and just keep coming across. Like I'll get this set up first. Honestly, we could actually just move it. I don't even need to pull that up. We could literally just go here, put the 3 high floodgate right there. Yeah, so that would seal off that wall. They should be able to build all of it but that last stretch there. We can go here. And prioritize these to be built. We get this whole back half of this done, and then we can start building this front face. And then raise this up as how much we need it. This much. We don't do that. This is being ambitious. I probably shouldn't wait this long to do this. Like, I probably shouldn't delay this that long. But I think it's worth the time. There we go. So get all that built. When the drop pops in, we can worry about all this over here. They've got most of this built as it is. But that'll be useful for giving us a more long-term reservoir. We can move all of our water pumping entirely up to this area. It'll be way overkill for what we need. But it is going to be a pain to set up. I'm going to want to get the really tall platforms when I do, so that's 200. And that'll be good. Hey, we're already up to... Wait, I only have to go to 13, right? Oh, 15. Yeah, so we need grilled spatic, which we're going to work on. And then we need to get the bakery and the other places once it's going. The spatic is growing. And the cattail is growing. So that's good news. We've got a lot going down. We've hammered our plagues pretty hard. That's okay, though. Alright, so the big floodgates are all locked in. Once they build that back wall... Well, actually, not once they build the back wall. So how high do I gotta go for this? We'll use this as our starting point. Okay, so that's how high I gotta go to make this work. What we could do here... We can get rid of this plant. I think those 3 plants go, because this will be the flat, that'll be the stair, and that'll be the flat. Or that'll be the pass. So that'll go up here, and then we can start rebuilding this whole area. But that's not a priority until we get that back wall done. Which won't be a thing that happens until we get these other houses done. Oh, they are building this? It's fine. It's going to get blocked off here in just a second, and they'll stop. Because they won't be able to reach it. It's fine. I have more than enough wood. We're going down and yelling timber? Yeah. We're just expanding and expanding and expanding. Bad tide approaching. Alright, chat. It is time to see what a bad tide is like. The big thing is we keep this running for as long as we can, and then the moment the water goes from happy water to, oh my god, everything's dying water, we slam down those floodgates and slam up these floodgates, and it should reroute all the water right off the side of the map. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. They don't get that far. They're busy doing this. Alright, so this will be the first of our dare drop objectives done, assuming we don't horrifically die. So, for survived it, according to what it says in the dare drop, is 2 of our beavers must be alive on the other side, is survived. Why it says 2, I don't know. But 2 of them must survive. Maybe it's because you could, like, run 1 beaver off the side, feed them, and, you know, drag it out, so having more than 1, it's like, okay, there's at least a little effort there. Oh, you can actually reach over there? Oh, I see. That's fine. Yeah, so they're working to try and get the giant reservoir built. 2 beavers can repopulate. Potentially. Alright, so I believe... I don't think they have to actually get the whole way over here. We'll go ahead and do that just in case. Because they'll need to be able to do that. In the meantime, we're going to pause that build and pause that one. So that way we know we maintain the route. I just watched a streamer get their first bad time and survived with one beaver, e.g. didn't survive. Yep. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. So I like that was why I was like, I need to prep as much as I can. So we've got this set. I really wish I had more water in storage, but it's a little too late for any of that consideration. But we do have this reservoir up here. It's not much. It'll keep some of this alive over here. I can't feed it into the rest of my system, so we're probably going to have problems with maybe the Spaddock dying and whatnot from pumping all the water out of there, but survival is the thing that matters right now, so it is what it is. 2. Slam that gate down, slam that gate up. Bad tide handled. Oh man, our water did not last but a couple of seconds there. Oh, that's not good. That's unrelated to it being a bad tide. It would have been a drought. The results would have been the same. That's just like, I need to get more water storage. I still have 184 water in storage, but we're going to lose a lot of crops on that one. That, like, instantly vaporized the water here, too. Why? I don't understand that. That should still be full up to this top layer. The dams usually carry about up to, I think it's like a 2/3 the way up the tile. So it should be, like, it shouldn't be full. It should be, you know, a partial thing there. It's not the end of the world. It's kind of a head scratcher. It'll be fine once I go and I raise this whole thing up higher. Oh, right. No, Burning Sun is correct. I opened this and then I closed that, and so it rushed back and out. Yeah, it's 0.5 tall, right? So it's. You think it was 0.5 day? It's, well, that dried up well before a day. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not super worried. Like, this didn't get that. That is literally, we just pumped that water out and it was gone. That's what that was. Oh man, that all dried out super fast. Again, this also, I would not have expected to dry out that fast. It's fine. I've got 1.1 thousand food in reserve. The water's getting sketch, but that is what it is. I'm also noticing this keeps flowing during a bad tide. So if we hadn't rerouted that earlier, that would have killed everything down here and just been flooding the whole area. Like, it only affected this area, but still. I think we'll be okay, though. Because a lot of these take, like, a week to die. These will all be dead. Those are all dead. Those are all dead. Yeah, so that all died, which isn't great. But we've got this pretty well handled. Now, the real question is, when it switches back from bad tide to the regular water, does the bad tide water go up or down? Because I need to flush the bad tide water out. If it goes down, that's bad, because that means I don't have a good way of dealing with it. If it goes up, though, that's easy. We just let it run the regular water for just a minute, it rushes it all out, and then, you know, we slam the gates and switch them over. I'm hoping it floats. And can I get a clip for the bad tide ended? I know if EONext here, they'll handle it. All right, so that's good. That worked perfectly. It was gone in like a second. Cool, EONext got it. Thank you. So that is the first of the dare drops done. We did survive without a single casualty, in fact. So definitely more than 2 survived. Yeah, so we're already working on fixing our reservoir problem. It's just taking time. The good news is we have more than enough beavers handling the planting of the food. So while we did lose like a harvest effectively, they're rushing through here real fast and taking care of it. We definitely need to get this river to have more water storage within itself as well. But reservoir first, then we could turn around. Because then I can go over here and I could replace these with locks as well. Then I could do the thing where we leave the locks there, and then as it starts to drop low, we drop it a notch. And then when we need again, we drop it a notch. And you get the ideas. We can slowly bleed off the reservoir into the rest of the system as needed. We'll ultimately not want to do that long term, but short term that'll definitely work. But we'll wait till everything else is constructed, and then we'll worry about that. Because right now they're trying to get this all built up. We have more, so let's see, storage. So that's going to require gears. So it's time to unlock gears. Alright, so this, unset all that, and they should harvest it all when it's grown, then we can get gear production turned on. And does this also take the gears? No, the gears go in regular storage, so we go up here. And gear production. Alright. Okay, sorry about that. It could also be, like, that's also a thing that can work to our benefit, is doing the much larger water storage. We could potentially turn off some of these pumps during the thing. Is terraforming a thing? Like, can you make the river deeper? Yes. They have different ways of doing it, and it is very late game tech. So it's not something we're going to do anytime soon. But it is stuff that is in the game. Alright. Yeah, so we are burning all of our wood just getting this handled. Which I'm fine with. They keep being thirsty even though, like, the liquid is right there for them. Oh. Let's see, do your platforms to houses you're trying to build yet? I haven't prioritized them. Let's see, I'd assume you could power that water wheel off of the bad tide spout and have any downtime. Yeah, what I don't know is what happens with this, if that's totally fine. But yeah, no, I'm down to put a water wheel here and make more production there. Like, I do think this area will ultimately become an industry area in the long term. Like, maybe we make it like a reservoir kind of spot with the water underneath it, and then build platforms and then put industry on top of it. I don't know how far out we're going to go with it and all that, because I can see moving this to the other side of the river, building this out to be, you know, a reservoir with all that. Alright, Uche, you sleep well. Thank you a lot for hanging out and all that good stuff. You know, those died. Oh, we can go ahead and say, get rid of you, and you, so you can queue up the next things. You'd have that, this, that, this. Because that'll be when they finish what they're doing, when they're running back and forth down here. Then we'll go through and we'll start building up this way. The thing I haven't determined yet is when I build this up, I'm going to want to put the water pumps up here. On platforms. That's right, I need the really tall platforms. So when I hit 200, we need the really tall platforms to save us materials and construction time. But we'll put the water pumps up to the reservoir on this section. Where the dams are now, those will go away, and those are going to become the giant gates. But we're just going to wait till they get all of this sorted out before we even worry about it, because it's irrelevant until this back area is made. And that's just where we're at for the moment. Alright, they're almost ready for the gears to be made. Have you considered making a second research building? I could. But right now we're running into problems with number of beavers working. And so I could make the research, but really it's construction that's the bottleneck, not the research. In runs past, I would build like 4 or 5 research and just rush the research. But it just ended up being like wholly unnecessary. Yeah, it'll get there. So 200. Okay. Yeah, so they built the wall high enough now that they can't work on it, you know, any more this way. Like, they can go to this side and do those 4 or 5 tiles, but now they can only do these 2 tiles here, and then work that one. I've paused these so they can't block off their ability to move around. Yeah, those are platforms just to be able to walk across when they're all done. Alright, I don't need to be that high. Let's go ahead and correct that. Alright, where was the thing we can raise? You don't need to be that high either. That works, because then I can go here. Here to that. Here to that. That'll reduce our costs and everything. It would be good to go there. Cool. Just slowly trying to get all sorted. Oh, we can put down the gear place here to get the gears starting to move. That's fine. Our wood is actually falling behind because we've just been going absolutely ridiculously hard on the construction side of thing. There's not a whole lot we can do to increase our wood production. There's not really a whole lot of space to work with. But that's okay. I'm not super worried about it anyways. Just keep them building, keep them moving. They'll start putting the planks. Okay, cool. We're starting to get this stuff built over here. I'll go ahead and set that building as a new one to work on since we've got the platform going to it constructed. Alright. And that is a normal problem to have here, is the, water being a bottleneck forever and ever and ever. Honestly, those can all be trees too. Try and maximize our production as much as we can. Okay, I think we're literally just the spatic. Once we get a harvest of the spatic up here, then we've got everything. Because we just got our cattails are now being harvested. Oh, let's go ahead and in the meantime I can go to my objectives text. And we have survived a bad tide. We can get our larger platforms. Okay, be that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm just going to go ahead and take the extra cost for this. But that's the height we would build the water billing. So for the large water pump, it's 400 science. And it requires like the special wood and everything. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. But that would be one thing to do is pull water from here. It only goes 2 deep. But this big of an area, it'll take it a while for the evaporation to do much. What we could do for the moment is we can go ahead and pause one of the... Yeah, pause those. As long as those ones aren't done, it won't finish that. Okay, so we're getting all the houses built over here to increase our population, so we've got extra workers now. This area's almost always got stuff at it. Yeah, where are you taking that wood? Okay, so you're putting it there. Alright. Yeah, to replace these with platforms one by one, I think. So like once I get this lock knocked in, we'll get rid of that one, replace it with the platform, move on. Okay. And those are about to be grown. It'll be almost time for the next screenshot. Make sure I'm correct about this. So we got the carrots, we got the sunflowers. Though I'm not seeing them up top because we're eating them all. We've got our potatoes, we've got our wheat, we've got our cattail, we've got our spatic. So as soon as we harvest the spatic, bad tide approaching. Already? Come on, man. I'm mostly annoyed because we're going directly to, like, not a drought, but another bad tide. And it seemed like the evaporation was, like, really aggressive on this last one. Okay, we got spatic getting done. That's the important part. We're just gonna wait for there to be some spatic. So we do have the spatic being harvested now, but what I need to see is, so it's very clear that we've got it all, I just need to see with the spatic that we also have... I mean, that'll work. I just need to see the... What am I missing? What am I missing? The sunflower seeds. Right. I just need to see the sunflower seeds up here, so it's very clear that we've done them both. Because it's growing right there, and that's fine. Like, I know we've done it. But, gotta make it so it's plainly visible in the clip, so it doesn't look like I'm trying to just cheeky get around the clips. Okay, so now we can go to this and disassemble that one. Make that a platform, because you can go at diagonals. And the water, as you can see, it's not flowing out of the map. So this time we're going to try and be smart. I'm going to put this gate up, I'm going to wait a second, and then I'm going to lower those gates down. Just enough that, you know, it makes sure everything's fine, so we don't backflow all our water out of here. Yes, there's nothing building over there at all. Hey, we're at 9. Just gotta wait for these sunflowers to get done. Okay. Yeah, they're working as hard as they can to try and get this all. Alright, so sunflowers grow pretty slowly. It'd be good if I could find another place for the sunflowers to be planted. There's a spot over here, but we can't reach it easy. Lock that up. Slam you down. Please, please stop. Please plot. Okay. I got real scared that I played a dangerous game on that one. Yeah, so that just bleeds out instantly into the dams down below. That's fair enough. And that bleeds down instantly down there. That's, you know, makes sense. Alright. So yeah, so we're having a problem with that. We definitely need to deal with that a little bit. Yeah, I'll just leave him going. It'll dry it all out. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. And meanwhile, they'll just keep building these. Up the platform's priority there, because I need to get more water in there, because like you saw how fast this is draining. And then this one is just gonna bleed off as well. We definitely need to get the water reservoir here, and it's just the dams just dumping right out and just flowing off the side of the map. Oh, you went ahead and got that sorted. Nice. So that means whenever it does a drought, it'll just not have any staying there. All right. They're working their best to try and get this all done. Do I actually need the path? Yeah, I do, because I have to reach that corner. Never mind, we're good. We'll need a path tile there, though. Yeah, the whole map is dry, and we still have 2.3 days left, and we're basically out of water. Hear me out? We're just gonna go right here for a second, and we're just gonna go ahead and delete a little tile right here. Yep, you can go, you can go. It's fine, you can go. Let the water out, please, for just a minute here. It probably won't be enough to fill that up, but we can go ahead and pump all the water out of there real quick. Give ourselves a little bit more water to stay alive. The food's fine. The water's a deep concern. Okay, the sunflower seeds are growing. We just need them to actually harvest it. And okay. We just need a screenshot. We've got all the different crops. So we just double check. We got carrots, boom. Sunflowers, boom. Potatoes, boom. Wheat, there. Cattail, here. And spaddock, there. So that's all of them. So we can go on to the list and get those wiped out. So cool, cool. So objective text there. And fully grow and gather all the plants. Nice. Okay. Alright, so that's done. So let's knock down this tile and let the last of that water out. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter. We're gonna replace that with the other stuff later. So we gave ourselves all the water opportunity we could. We effectively made that tile into a floodgate. A floodgate. A really inefficient floodgate. And it's dry again. If we build the whole thing the whole way up. So I need the floodgates there. We would need a way around the floodgates. We're just going to keep going, because we need to build that back wall first, before we worry about anything else. Till the back wall's built, this whole thing has no chance. Oh, we almost have a high enough population. If we build like one more house or so, we can have the next one done. Let's actually go, so 1, 2. That'll be enough that once that gets filled in, we will hit the population dare drop and knock that one out. Okay, bad tide is over. Water is clean. Slam those gates down. Slam these gates up. And the crops up here didn't even die. The potatoes died. The potatoes got wrecked. But just build a bridge over the floodgates. So I can't build it directly over the top, but yeah, we will I'll end up probably building a bridge somewhere. So I need those floodgates to stay for the bad water. These floodgates will just be, again, for when this runs dry, we can just tick it down by 1, reflood it. Build one flood in front of the path. So one thing we can do, so that's gonna go around that way. I do need them to keep going around to this build this side. Build flood 1 in front of path. Oh, you're saying build the floodgates here, like expand this out one more tile, so have like this as an inner circle kind of thing, and then put a wall here kind of thing? I think that'd be a lot of material cost, unless I'm just not understanding where we want it. Because like right now, if I rebuild this tile, they'll just walk around, they'll rebuild all this, they'll build all that. They don't have to like re-engineer everything, and then when we're done with most of this, then I can knock it all off. Yeah, honestly, they're just going to keep working on this. What'll actually probably happen is they'll probably finish building this area over here, and they're going to probably build those 2 houses, because they built this. Here, we're going to lower priority. So build the 2 houses, then they'll go back up here. So we should be in pretty good shape with all that. They did get the gears going. We do have a bunch of beavers looking for work. We have some research. So for food, we can get the grits mill. So we need the grits mill and the bakery for getting that food process. We could also do the well-being. So 50 for the wet fur. I probably have somewhere along the water I can chuck this down real fast. Right there. So this crop here, this one goes. That one's stinky. No one likes it. So get those two knocked out. And that'll give us the wet fur, because we're going to try and go for the 15 reputation. Build your floodgates in a diagonal so that there is a path between the gates. Not really sure. I know I need to fill this gap in. Like, once we get all this built in, I know I need to fill that in. Now, it's saying I can't reach that, but we were able to build that one at a diagonal. I don't really know why it's... Oh, they can't reach it now because that's not built. Okay, so we've got our houses, so when this hits 48, then we know... Like, it just need to be combined 48, not one individually is 48 of the other. Oh, I know what I need to do before we get distracted by all this. I need the bigger water storage. Please stop. Why did you flood there for a moment? But what we could do here is we can go right down here and say, all right, for you, you're just gonna keep dying again and again all the time. We'll clear that out. We're gonna put 2 of those there. Oh, I'm thinking we'll probably do Farming Sim and SnowRunner tomorrow. Yeah, this is a farming simulator. Oh, I thought I had to have them pull that up. That's fine. So that should help with our water. Now I'm gonna get that built, and I'm gonna cross. And that one I just made a levee just because. It doesn't really matter. Does it matter? You're getting awfully full. Give it a moment to balance out. Let's see if it fixes itself. Nope. That is not fixing itself. I need you all to not be on both sides here. Not yet. Wait for it. There we go. Alright, lesson learned. That needs to be a dam for right now. Okay, I need to quickly use the restroom again, so I'm going to do that. I've been drinking entirely too much soda and all that. But we're looking good. Actually, yeah, so we got a little bit longer. So we're at 43 people. And we still got 5 beds left. Let's see, the ones where you have your dams right now, I mean, put the floodgates in front of them. To replace the platforms. Oh, so you're saying put the floodgates here. So they're like one tile in front, you can run behind, you can build them. And then we can swap them out as needed. The part of me who doesn't like things not looking right, like being weird. I mean, I could potentially see putting the levees the whole way up and then maybe. That's actually not a terrible idea. So we could go here, go levy, 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 levy. Levy, levy. And then really big floodgate. Why am I putting them there? No actually functional reason. It bothers me the idea of having a floodgate sitting in front with like the open corners. So functionally, does not matter. For me and not being like, gross, don't want to look at it, that's why it's there. Actually, speaking of which, it doesn't... That's fine. It doesn't need... Yeah, form over function. Exactly, you understand. Just go ahead and go for the full height. Beavers are cool. Facts. It's like saying water's wet. You repeat yourself. All right, bear with me, chat. I do need to use the restroom again, but we are making good progress. Yeah, so we need to cure 5 beavers. We don't have the tech for that, but we will probably get at some point. Where do we find that? Oh, right, your shower thing. Let's get that built. Get rid of this. Oh, too far from a district? Ah, that's fine. That'll get itself sorted out soon enough. But then we get the thing for them to get their fur wet. And we're going to try and go on the well-being stuff, the easy stuff, because we can just knock out one well-being thing after another. Actually, hold up, don't do that. I actually don't know if I can build over top of that off the top of my head, which could be a problem. So instead, put that there. Because each of those is going to be a well-being point, so we just need to get to 15. I can knock this out pretty quick. All right, gotta use the restroom. Be back in a minute. All right, is water hydrophobic? Let's see. I think that's surrounded by water molecules is wet. I mean, water does get all over itself. So, you know, maybe water does get wet. Oh, I think that's what you're saying. Doesn't it imply part of the water makes water wet? Something like that. So if you had a single molecule of water, it would just be water, not wet. Also, as soon as you have a second molecule, then it becomes wet. Correct. I'm glad we've got this sorted out. Leaving that science unsolved would just not be tenable. I was like, don't you dare, like, the one beaver's like, I'm hungry. It's like, don't you dare say you're hungry. We got almost, 1.1 thousand food that's already processed and ready to eat, and a big giant, like, ridiculous pile of food almost ready to eat. I'm surprised. Oh, it's not built yet. That's why. That's fair. So you're getting this back wall knocked out. I'm surprised they haven't been getting this done, because they did the other one diagonally. And I can't tear that down until we, like, if we have a drought, we're prioritizing this back wall here. Like, these 3. Is it just me or is the thing on the side of the map of Poo Volcano? It's bad water. See? Why do we have to clean up the humans' mess? Oh, right. They're all dead. It's radioactive, judging by the big radioactive symbol on it. You disagree, as you think more than one water molecule makes all water molecules as one entity? I don't think that's how that works. I mean, that would be the question, is would the water molecules together, like, would you consider that one thing? But I would argue that the separate water molecules are in fact separate water molecules. It's Bronno, it's what the plants crave. No, it's electrolytes. You gotta be careful about that. It's an easy mistake to make. But it's electrolytes are what the plant like. So we're at 45 beavers. And we're aiming for 48 is what it says I have to. Why it was 48 specifically, I don't know. But 48 is the goal. Yeah, so they can reach all that. Okay, so they just straight up are like, nah, droughts are out. No more droughts. Droughts are boring. No one wants droughts. What you wanted, your life. Actually, why can't I just tear that down when the drought or the bad tide shows up? Okay, when the bad tide shows up, we drop everything we are doing and we are building the 3 floodgates on the back. So we're going to tear that down. We're going to put the platforms down. You get the idea. This time, I've got way more water and storage. So your top priority, top priority, top priority, top priority, top priority. They're constantly like, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. And there we have it. Next clip. We got 48 beavers. 39 plus 9. 48 for the population. So another dare drop knocked out of the park. So we have to cure 5 beavers and hit 15 well-being. And we're working on our well-being now by just using our tech to just buy well-being stuff and making that happen. Alright, so we're going to let a lot of our crops die this time. I'm not super worried about it, honestly. Alright, so the back wall is done. Except for this last little part here. Which, like I said, the plan is basically going to be, we slam this gate up, we slam those down for the bad time, we delete these 2, we build the platforms, and we just knock these out while the bad tide is going on. We should have way more than enough planks, and the wood is coming relatively fast. So we should be okay with all that. Alright. Maybe slowly close the gate this time. I'm just gonna let it back run. I'm not that worried about that part. It'll be fine. Yeah, and I'll also need to get this tile fixed before the bad tide's done. So we get all that built, and then we build the wall up here. And once that's sorted out... Actually, no, I don't. I don't need that. Because I can just leave those gates fully lowered and just move them up 1 tick. Oh, they're starting to build these 2 spots because they can't reach a lot of the rest. I'm curious why they don't go over here, though. It probably doesn't let them go that far because... Okay. So what I'm going to do here real fast is you need to go away for a minute. Yeah, that's fine. That can go away too. That's fine. We'll just use this instead. So the problem is the gap in the path means they'll never go back there. And hold. Floodgates down. Floodgates up. Take you apart. Take you apart. Go here, paths. Do that. Do this. You're now highest priority. And highest priority. So I need to get all of that done in the 4 days that is going on. Let's see. Could you delete the paths you don't need anymore to make it prettier? Probably. We're not quite to the point of not needing them anymore. Actually, what paths would we not need? Like, I've got the paths here, but that's fine. I'm going to keep those there because I'm going to mess with that. This, I need the paths going back here to build this wall. So that's the reason those are still there. Get building. You're the highest priority. What are you doing? Highest priority. That's how that works. You're my neutral priority. And you can reach it. I see the path. Okay, they're working on it. Yeah, I forgot that was down there. I forgot we had the... It's fine. Like the staircase inside the bad water. Oh, no, they're still using that. I'll probably leave that there for right now. Eventually, it will go away. The problem is it'll leave all the junk down there from that. A beaver is unwell. A beaver spent too much time in contaminated bad water. It's fine for now, but will get sick in a few days. Okay. Is there a thing for the bad water well-being? Mud bath, dance hall, carousel. I don't know what that even is. Herbalist cures contaminated beavers. Okay. And that requires the dandelions that you put down with the forestry place. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't have what I need to cure them. So... It does say they will get sick, but I have to have dandelions growing. I don't know where I'm going to put some dandelions. I guess I could put them over here. That's what we'll do. We'll say these trees, get rid of those trees there. And then we'll plant dandelions there later. Who the heck harvests the dandelions? That's actually important. Oh, here's what we could do. I mean, that's fine. We could leave them there for right now. Yeah, the Cure 5 Beaver is going to be a thing. Because what's going to happen is we're going to go from that to sick. That would guess the herbalist. Right, the problem is I need the herbalist and I need dandelions. And the dandelions... Oh, actually, you're saying who gets those? We can check a couple things. Priority. So you do not. The gatherer person. You do. There's no way of reaching dandelions over there. And there's no way we're planting herbs over here. I could put the herbs up there where those are for right now. Split this off so it's not all potato. Yeah, it's actually... Okay. So these are dying. These are not going to make it anyways. So we can go ahead and go here. So you get rid of those crops. These crops, they don't matter. It's fine. Go back to trying to be oak trees. We'll make these crops dandelions. All right. They're almost done building that. We're running out of time. I mean, actually, I keep sitting there and goes like, oh man, we're almost done. It doesn't matter. Like, we've already finished the part that had to be done. Because we just expanded this. What we will want to do is we will want to replace this wall here for next time. Because once we make this whole thing taller, it'll be a problem. Yeah, so we'll want to do that as well as get the herbalist and get the dandelions going. And they're starting to get all that built. Can you expand the map or just get this area? Yeah, this is just this area, but this is a challenge map. That's the whole gist of it, is it's a really tiny map. This is 50 by 50, and the large maps are 256 by 256. So if you remember the other map we were on, it just felt like it was giant that it kind of went on forever. This is the tiny one. You look not happy. Alright, wait till it flushes the whole thing out, and we're clear. Slam that up, and slam that down. I'm assuming they'll die of contamination soon. We'll get them to try and cut that down. And then we'll go here to well-being, and you need the herbalist for 300. We're still waiting on this to get sorted. I don't even know how to get them to get over there. Oh, let's see. I think we can make this work. So go to you. Set to be static. And then when they pull it up, we can try and cancel it real fast. Prioritize harvesting first. I didn't want you to replant it. Alright, so they should harvest that, and once it's harvested, we can put the shower thing there. Alright. I don't see a good place to put the Lido. Maybe over here? We can deal with it when we get there. Why is it saying too far to reach it now?
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm finding it curious. Oh, you know what? I think you know what's happening here. So unfortunately, I gotta delete that path. Put the stairwell. It's weird that sometimes it can go and do diagonals and sometimes it can't. It's not particularly clear what the rules are that decide that. Alright, and we're starting to get all that stuff going on. So they're staying contaminated way longer. I figured they were going to be dead by now. We are going to try... Oh, you finally finished. So trees, dandelions, there we go. The forestry person should just run over there and plant that right away. And then once we get the dandelions, we should be able to make medicine. How tall is the floodgate? 3 tall. That one is as well. Basically, it'll go down all the way to the last setting we had. But all the way up to this max height here. And as soon as we get this back wall knocked out, we delete the path off of the top of here, and then we put the wall to go to here, and then they should be able to get around to this side. But they got to get that back wall finished first. Because once I do that, the back wall will no longer be accessible. Make it so we can get that block, because once we get that block, it can knock out this piece of path and get that sort as well. And they're finishing this up now. Alright, so food took a hit there. We do have a decent number of beavers that still don't have work. I was expecting these beavers to long since be dead. I'm glad they're not dead, but I'm confused by the fact that they're not dead. So I guess the idea for curing the beavers is deliberately to make them go swim in the bad water, which is weird. It is what it is, man. Alright, you've almost got that entire back wall sorted. Yeah, I'll see what I can do to set up a production line up here, because then we can get the steel and put it into storage and all that, like, right up here, and over here have, like, water wheels or whatever. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna get the water moving through here. Like, maybe we deliberately make a trough along here, as opposed to what we've got right now. Like, that, all that's probably well past what we're going to do today, but more stuff to potentially make happen. Alright, so you've got that. So delete this path here. And then we go here. That'd be levy. High priority, high priority. And you're just about to finish this. If your cure thing is up in time, you'll have 4 feet. 5? Yeah, that'll be neat. Yeah, it'd be pretty easy to fix it from there. I could just put a bridge down here and just tell them to build platforms or something to get them to swim in the contaminated water to re-get them sick. So I don't know if it's like where they're not feeling well or if they're contaminated, like what phase I need to deal with that in. But you get the idea. Our food is just plummeting, which is probably because half our crops died in the last one. We've also had our population increase a little bit. I don't think I can tell them to be like, hey, turn off the lodge for a while. Actually, we can. Turn off the lodge for a while so we stop increasing the population. I mean, we're only have 4 people who aren't working, so I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, so we just got a couple of tiles left there on the back, and then the back wall's done, and then it's time to go through this whole area and get this all built up. And then I'll be able to finish off the last of this. Get that to be replaced. You're surprised that the steel superstructure is still up? Oh, so far as like... by the way, what's steel used for? Later tech. We have later tech that uses steel, like the gravity battery and all that. It's just another material in the game. What's the faction-specific way to curing? So I think it's the herbalist for this one. I don't see another one. I mean, unless I misunderstood it. And I don't... Yeah, I would assume it's the herbalist, because that's the only one, the only thing that says cure. Like, the only one that says cure. I mean, if it ends up being one of those things that I'm just wrong, then whatever. But there's that. So you got one more piece of wood to go there. Well, here's a way we can check. Beaver only. It doesn't say beaver only. But nothing else says cure. Unless it's only the other faction, because those don't do anything. Those don't do anything. Those don't do anything. So far as related to this. It may have been only the Iron Teeth. If that's the case, then that's fine. Like, I'm not going to do a whole nother playthrough just to cure some beavers. I mean, I guess someone can look in the, if the Iron Teeth have anything that says cures that is not what we looked at right there a second ago. Alright, so now we take apart this path, and we go here and say deconstruct. No, we don't. We stop there. That's fine. We're good here. What we're going to do is we're going to let them finish building this. They should be able to reach all of that. And let them build all that up real fast. Almost enough? You can unlock it now? Yeah. So well-being, herbalist, yes. It requires a lot of materials I can't make. It requires the special wood, so we're not gonna unlock it. I totally missed that we didn't have the materials we need for it. So that is going to have to wait. Unfortunately. It might just be that's when we don't get done. We can get the Lido. Yeah, so thing for the Lido, I can replace 4 carrot spots with it. Oh no, right here. That's where we'll put it. So we'll go here, we'll say, get rid of those trees. We put the Lido there. And also, get rid of these plants. Yeah, there's still a path. Cool. Let's see, why not harvest trees in the planned flood zone? I would have to go and build the stuff over there, and it's honestly the workers cutting the trees. I'm not too worried about that. They are oak, which is a good amount of wood, but I'm more concerned about like just getting the construction knocked out. Oh, lock that down before you build any of those and actually block this off. Okay, so they can reach it. I couldn't remember if they had to be at the correct level above it or below it, like what was acceptable. So we can go like that. Doesn't matter, we'll do that as well. And then once I get the floodgates going, we tear up these paths, and then we build that all out. We don't need this here now. Alright. But yeah, I'd have to build stairs and everything to get to those trees, so I'm not super worried about it. It's fine. You never built that shrine. Get the shrine built. Get us some morale. That's taking forever to grow. We can go over here and say yes, make those a priority. Have another bad tide going. Yeah, so it seems like they just straight up early game they have droughts, and then they just get rid of the droughts entirely and just go full on bad tide. I'm a little disappointed. I kind of wanted to go back and forth, even though it's very, very clear that the bad tide is easily the harder of the two. Like, there's like no contest, it's just the harder of the two. I kind of like the idea of having like sometimes you would you know, you'd sit there and have like a drought and you'd be like, oh, thank goodness, just a drought. Yeah, so once they build that, then I should be good to just go through here and replace that whole wall. This is already queued up. That's already done. There's nothing to do back here. It's just solid. This whole area will get flooded, and that'll give us a lot. Imagine bad tide after drought, like immediately after. I was curious how that was going to work until we got there. I was like, okay, logically for the balance side of things, it would clearly be that, you know, you'd have bad tide or drought. But I was like, if it could happen where you have a drought and you're like, oh, it's not bad drought, and then you get a bad tide following, you're like suddenly like, oh crap. But the problem is the game doesn't give you a lot of pivot, just you have to over prepare. So if you were already kind of in a bad place, it'd be too little too late to deal with it. No, I want just the walking path. Because now we're going to go here and go levees. And then when that's done, gotcha. So it's just not labeled. Cool. So the downside is that does mean I need to get, there is this wood, which requires the pine sap, which requires the tappers, and we do have what we need for the tappers. So I need 500 for the tappers, I need 800 for the wood workshop, and then 300 for that. So I still don't think it's going to happen, but we could try. Who knows? Maybe people will be like really interested in seeing more Timberborn in this run, like this micro run. And we'll do that. If it ends up being something we can make happen, great. I don't think it will be, but otherwise it's fine. For the moment, I just want to keep getting this filled in over here. Alright, they're getting all this built up here. That's fine. Yeah, so the big thing we're working on right now is getting the 15 happiness. We're at 7, but we have everything we need for 9. It's basically contamination is dropping us a full point. Wet fur is something we're still working on, which once they harvest that, that should give us wet fur. We got this place for the Lido. And so that'll be 2 more sources of improved mood. Oh, there's still a campfire, isn't there? We didn't build that in the first place. Yeah, so we just go plunk that sucker right down. Honestly, just right here. I almost didn't get that set up in time. Gates down. Gates up. Alright, so we got tons of water in storage. We're going to lose a bunch of crop. The important thing is harvest this individual plant before it dies. You're not going to get done. I need you to move that one plant so I can put the thing there. Pick up the pace. There's no time. Because if they do that one, then I can go ahead and put the little shower that they do to deal with it. Well, now it's gonna die. And it's gonna be out of range for construction as well. You know what? We're just gonna try a different one. That's gone like 2 seasons that's not moved. So you have this. I think that also gives them wet fur, so it might be a double duty kind of thing. We can get rid of this carrot and that one instead. We can even go a step forward and say, get rid of them. They're trying to build the shower there for a while. There. We've got some recreation stuff there that should help us improve our morale overall. We are just sitting here kind of waiting on the water. Like I said, we've got plenty of food set aside. We've got plenty of water set aside. It does mean we are having problems with other things, but that's fine. We can just keep expanding. So what's the next well-being thing we can do? So we could build the agora that I guess I put some type of thing in there. We can't really do that. The carousel requires that. The dance hall is too much. All right, so that's kind of set there. So the next move after that is probably going to be getting more of our food options. So probably be the grits mill will be the next move, which I can already afford. It requires some mechanical power. Alright, that'd bite into some of our food. Well, actually, no, because it'll bite into the food we're getting from here. But in return, what it would get us is it would get us the 2 new food types. Yeah, so we could put you there. No, it has to be open on that side. That's fine. We'll have the awkward growing area now. This isn't really where I should be putting this, but I'm just trying to get away with it. And then you will make wheat flour, and you will make cattail flour. So next thing I need is for 160 science. We will make this, which means I'll be able to make crackers, and I will be able to make bread. Which would be an extra 2 reputation, happiness, whatever you want to go with. Oh, you need your path connection. Get that set up. Alright, so we've got our Lido built. We've got our thing built. So contamination, I'm surprised those beavers haven't died yet. Sour wants a cracker. Probably need more wheat, the tiny amount. This is true. Let's go ahead and, in the meantime, we can go here, unset that. We could set that to wheat, or not. We can set that to destroy plant. And then set that to wheat. That's not much wheat. We don't really have much more space to add wheat without taking away from the carrots, but let's wait till other stuff. Oh, you know what we can do? How am I doing on the potatoes versus cooked potatoes? Not good. We can sit there like that. It doesn't mean I need a lot of bread, but we can get that set up. And then once we get stuff set up there, we can go with it. The good news is because we got this little pool of water, at least the berries are going. I'm finding it curious that the berries don't seem to be. Oh, right, because they're just weirdly not eating them. That's right. Okay. Yeah, slowly our happiness is climbing back up. We are dealing with a full -1 from the contamination. Now, honestly, those contaminated beavers will probably die of old age soon. Could remove some berries for wheat. Yeah, I probably could. The only downside is if I do that, I can't really put it back without building a forestry. Yeah, we could do that. Take that stripe out. It's not a huge amount. There. Well, nah, that's the whole thing. I don't think realistically we get the cure. Just to be honest, I don't think that realistically happens during this stream. Like the amount of research I need is pretty insurmountable. And I don't think it's worth doing another full stream of the game just to deal with the one thing. Alright, so that's all flushed out. So we go ahead and pop you, and pop you. Welcome back, water. Guys, no, I don't think they're gonna do like a whole big playthrough. We're mostly just doing the dare drop. Knock those out, get some people some keys. Because like I said, what I'm probably going to do is once we get the keys back, because that'll take a couple of days. But once we get the keys, I will I'll do something on the Discord to be like, hey, who's interested in these keys? And then once we get everyone, we'll just do like, you know, however many keys we get, we'll just draw that many names, and I will DM you the keys. I think we'll also do that with American Truck Simulator. I probably won't. I might do it all at once. I might do it like one at a time. I haven't decided yet. Like, if I were to keep going with this map, I think next I would wall this area off here to make this into a little reservoir up here to hold water and all that as well. But yeah, for those who don't know, I'm doing the dare drop here, which does mean with the dare drop, we are going to be given keys for this game. And there's no DLC or anything that you'd be like missing or whatever. They'd be like, yeah, well, you got the base key and you didn't get that. But I've got a bunch of American Truck Simulator keys to give out, and I've got a I should have 4 or 5 of keys for this to give out. I have other keys. Maybe it'll just be a thing I do regularly to just clean out the key vault, as it were. Just periodically pop on, no warning, be like, yo, key time. Work through that backlog of keys that I was given to give out. Summer games are like, yeah, they're solid games like this one that I would highly recommend. Then ours was like, eh. Alright, so we're back to where we were, and that's with the -1 penalty. So we are aiming to try and get that over 15, which is why we've got a bunch of stuff going. Yeah, so we're waiting on logs. That's not surprising. The next thing we would need is the bakery, which is 160. That's fine. How old are you, Beaver? Life expectancy 0%, yet you're not dead. You're also 49. I think that makes you one of my oldest beavers. I wish it told me what their ages were. Yes, they're all 48, 49, 50. We do have a bunch of them are also 50 in that. I think around 50 is like the... Yeah, yo, key drop time. Yeah, it'll probably be one of those things that I'll probably just do, like, you know, the whole info thing, be like, hey, you know, keys are coming, yada yada yada. It'll be that whole bit. Alright, so they are working on it as best they can. That's almost done as well. We'll actually set that to be a bit higher priority, because that'll make them happy. Because also when they're happier, the well-being mechanic here I don't know where it tells you. I believe it makes their movement speed and production speed faster. That's what I've been told. Alright. They're getting all that sorted. They're pumping all that out. They have a whole bunch of the beavers hanging out the Lido. Oh, there's a rooftop terrace as well, isn't there? Okay, we're up to 10. So right now I can just plunk that down and make a path to it, and later on we can make it better. So that'll give us another thing to get our, get them happier. Food is in really a bad place right now, which is deeply concerning. Hey, Dev So Dusty, how's it going? Sometimes your hair looks like soft pink. It's a good color on you, actually. Yeah, so what it is I have my hair's been dyed purple for a while. But what's ended up happening with it is it does fade. I probably have one more, like maybe I have one more dyeing I could end up doing, but we'll actually see. Alright, so we've got that. So it's another place for them to get happy. We just need more varieties of food that we are having a lot of it. A lot of it's going, and that's because this keeps running out of water, which is why I'm trying to get this reservoir sorted, because then we can use the locks to keep the water up. So I'll give us another one. That put us up to 11. Honestly, we might be sitting at, if I could, yeah, if I can get the negatives out of here, so the -1 here, basically. And we get our sunflower seeds up, and our we can get the chestnuts there. We have these two going. Yeah, we could definitely, with what we've got going on. So we need more sunflower seeds somewhere. We do have the farm over here. I need more places to grow more things. I got this little island here, but that's not going to be adequate for much. I could give up a little bit of this area over here for sunflower seeds. And cut into our wood production, which is something that's been a painful problem forever. Alright. And that's too far away. We already are struggling with the carrots and all that. I mean, that might be the move, because we're not honestly getting the wood cut there, and I don't really understand why. Let's see, can you get water to the dry area? So what will potentially happen is once we get this built, a lot of this will turn green. To get water up here, I'd have to raise it in elevation and bring it over. I do have like a little lip here, but then I gotta build a farm over here. So it's doable, but it's not a minor project. I could potentially go up here, build a farm up here, just rip all this out. That's actually what I'm going to do. Right here, all this up here, it's gone. I hate it. It's gross. Smells funny. Oh, there's not a stair. Okay. I'm just a little surprised that there was just like this one spot that there wasn't a stair. Because yeah, that would be a thing I could do, is I can go up here, rip all this out, just straight up kill it all. And then what I could do is I could potentially put a farmhouse up here and just have it be sunflower seeds. Can the gatherer reach it? I was hoping the gatherer could reach like right in the edge here so I could put the chestnut trees there, but that's fine. I'd still need to be building more for roasted chestnuts. That's okay. All right. You've got that built. That's fine. And you're just going to keep building this out and just going around the whole way. Once we get that tile up, I can knock it up one tick. What's the road colors? It's basically just telling you how far away you are from your main building. It used to matter a lot because back in the day you had districts were forced. But since they got rid of that, it's just the farther away, the less efficient your builders will be. Which isn't that big of an issue in all honesty. Okay, so we can go here. Cool. And that's thanks to one of our contaminated beavers dying of old age. Thanks, man. I appreciate your sacrifice to the cause. Alright, so you will make bread. You'll make crackers. Give those slightly higher priority. Three of them died? Yeah, they're dying right now. It was a worthy sacrifice. Hey, suddenly everyone's happier now that the sick beavers are dead. That's upsetting. It's not cool, beavers. Make a shortcut here. Yeah, so once I get these built, that'll be even more food being made, which is good because our food is, like I said, in bad shape. But, alright, we're up to 12. Again, the goal is 15, and that'll be 16, or 12, 13, 14, and we might be able to get 15 just by things leveling out. Yeah, honestly, we're pretty close, because we get those two, and we're also going to get sunflower seeds once we get up here. So yeah, so we should be potentially on track to get the 15 one, so it will be only the Cure 5 beavers will be the only one I'll miss. Let's see. Can't you make another shortcut to the bakeries? I mean, I could. But this is where the storage is, so it's not that big of a deal. Because they take this stuff, they put in the storage, and then these ones go here. That said, we'll probably need more storage soon. So go ahead and put this up here. I don't know if we'll ever get done. But we can go here. Oh, goody. Just a regular old drought. It's like getting a day off. Can I go a half tick? I can go a half tick. I can't go a full tick. A full tick will flood over the side here, which is probably honestly okay. But until they get the rest of the reservoir done, all I'm doing there is like slowing it up so there's a little bit. Yeah, okay. 5 cycles drought, 5 cycles bad water. Maybe. I am keeping track. So you're waiting on logs and you're waiting on logs. I don't actually know what priorities are going where. Like, you're still good, right? Okay, so yeah, they're still doing that. I assume they're building stuff over here, but I'm not seeing it. You're building stuff some... Okay, here we go. Alright, cool. So you are actually working on that. That's fine. As long as you're doing something productive. I am curious why you're not building over here, because you've got a route there. And you're... Oh, right. I set it higher priority for the workplace. There's a separate one for workplace and construction. That's okay. Because we're not going to get that built anywhere near time for the drought. So I don't even need to worry about it. I can keep working on it, getting it done, that kind of nonsense. But in the meantime, let's get these two bakeries and all that sorted to give us another food option. Because actually, we're horrifically badly prepared for this drought. This drought actually might be a thing that knocks down our population a lot, which is not ideal. Shelter? Oh, do I actually have more people than... No? Okay. Alright. So just gotta ride out the drought. And you're struggling for logs as well. And you're struggling for logs as well. Because we're just using all of our logs for building stuff. Alright. So once we get some of this clear, we can build the farmhouse up here. And then the plan will be to build the sunflower... 13, we're almost there. 2 more points. This doesn't matter, but I'm doing it anyways. Could tick that up real fast to try and hold the water back for a couple seconds. I'm not sure I did that in time. Ooh, 7 days. That's actually quite a lot. Alright, so what'll happen is when that runs dry, you tick this down one, let it kind of fill that back in. I'll repeat that process until it's fully down, which won't be much. It's only got 2 ticks because we still didn't have it set up much. They're working on it. Yeah, so you need more flour. Wait, did I build the places that make the flour? Yes, we did. They're here and here. 14, come on. We just need one more quick point. Hey, and screenshot, that's the last one we're probably gonna get done. 15 well-being. Nice. So that means we finished every one of the dare drops except for curing the beavers. I don't think realistically we're gonna get the beavers cured. But I'm gonna try. So we will put the crackers in there, and we will put the bread in there. I'm actually surprised it hasn't run dry yet. It should be running dry any time now. As fast as these things are just perpetually pumping water out of there, those things should run dry soon. Can you even reach the bottom of the reservoir with the square thingamajigs? No. But I'm not worried about that. This reservoir is going to go the whole way over here, so I don't need to get that little tiny spot. Cool. Thanks, Enoch. One less thing I have to worry about, which makes it all a whole lot easier. But yeah, so literally the only thing we can go for is trying to beeline for getting beavers both contaminated and cured. We can build the clinic, and we can get the dandelions, but I have to get a lot of things in order, and I don't think I can realistically get them done in time. I'm gonna try for it, but I think it is realistically way more than I'm gonna be able to manage. Okay, lowering that one notch didn't do anything, so we gotta slam the whole thing down. There's basically no water left in there. That's fine. So we'll just go ahead and tick that to how high I can make it, and it still work when the drought's over. The good news is it does hold the water at least this area to keep all this growing, which is nice. I thought that stayed covered. It's fine. Don't you usually end soonish? You're usually sleepy by now. Yeah, and I got a little over half an hour left. So we're gonna try and make it happen, but the idea, to give you an idea of what I have to get happen to make this happen, is we have the herbalist we have to get, but it requires the sparkly wood. The sparkly wood is 800, but it requires me to have pine trees, which requires the pine trees tapper thing. So we need 500, 800. We need almost 1,000. So what we are probably going to do is, Rick, I mentioned early about science. Let's go. The tapper's the first priority, because that's a bottleneck. That does mean I need to plant some pine trees where a gatherer can get at them. It doesn't need to be much. We just need some. So what we could do is this spot. No. Because the problem is that all the stuff will die if they're over there. If we're lucky, I can get the water over here. We can get some pine trees planted along here somewhere. Not pine trees, whatever. They're working on it. They're trying their best. The good news is this is one short of the top, and once we get that, we can start filling these in, and we can start slowly ticking this up to fill all this reservoir in. A bunch of this will become growable space, and we might be able to make a little bit happen here. The downside is that forestry cannot reach over that far. I could easily take a spot down here and get rid of it for that, and that might not be a bad move. I'm actually surprised it's not dried out. That might not be a bad move. Where you see this looking all green and nice, when this comes back out, it'll be terrible. That's the reason I'm not putting it there. Debated. We're gonna make it over here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna go over here. Do not replant these. Cut them down. We will go here and put down a gatherer. And that'll be to... No, actually, it doesn't need a gatherer. Go away. You don't need to be gatherer. I need the tappers thing. Because we get the tappers thing, they'll be able to get the pine sap or whatever. And that'll be that. In the meantime, we can go ahead and put the efficient thing up here. Actually, take that back. All those things I just said, ignore them. Because what we're going to do here is we're going to go back, put those back here. Because what we can do is we can put the tapper and that up here. We'll go up here, we'll say forestry. Cool. We yank all of that out. Now put the tappers up here once we unlock it. Which the tapper is the 500. We'll make all of this up here the sap. We'll get all that pulled as fast as we can. Then we need to make the sparkly wood, which requires 250 horsepower, which sucks, because I don't even know where I'm going to get that. Could put the forestry down a level. You are correct. Probably the same with the tap. Well, yeah, the tapper I could put down here does not require mechanical power. We will need the pine resin. Then go up here and say trees. I would like pine trees. Give. The thing I don't know is where I'm going to get the mechanical power to make the fancy wood. We actually could probably make that happen pretty easy. So that needs to be 800. And we're working on it. Because I don't need a lot. I just need enough to get the thing to cure them. And then we'll just go and make them take a bath in the pollution. Once they take the bath in the pollution, we can go cure them, and that'll work. Like I said, I don't know if we'll be able to get this done in time, but we are researching very aggressively to try and make it happen. Cool. The drought has ended. Give me water. I thought this went much farther than it did. It's fine. So we need to go here. Do not bother planting over this area. It's not going to do any good. That could be fine. We can potentially put the special wood up here. Like, just hamster wheel it. Use our little bit of extra labor. Hamster wheel it, be done with it. Okay, and our food is recovering, our water is recovering. So actually, with this point, I should be able to tick it up. And if it does spill over, it'll spill over and it'll go down this way. And they'll probably still work just fine. So honestly, slam it up to 2.5. You know, the tapper will fit the obstinate forestry? I hope so as well. Tapper shack. That it will. Not exactly. It's not, you know, it's not perfect, but there's that. So get that going. We can go here and say pine. All right. Difficulty? I think we're on normal. We're just doing a bunch of dare drops. We've knocked out 4 of them so far on the new difficulty. We're using, like, the micro map and all that. And it's been going pretty good. But yeah, I know, I usually, honestly, don't play a lot of my games in, like, the sweatiest, hardest difficulty unless I played a whole bunch to the point that I, like, need something to keep it interesting. Like, don't get me wrong, I tend to do stuff at difficult settings, but not usually that. I don't play enough Timberborn genuinely to go through the super hardest, sweaty things. Yeah, and that link that Enoch post, that's for those who don't have Timberborn and are interested. If you click on that, it lets the devs know that you did find the game through my channel. It just goes to Dare Drop, which then redirects you to the Steam page. It's pretty typical anytime you either have like a sponsor or anything like that, which isn't technically a sponsor in the traditional sense. I'm not being directly like paid to do this and all that, but Dare Drop does have a means of which I can make a little bit of money by doing this. So as such, I do need to mark it as an ad, since technically I can get a little bit of money, but it's nowhere near as much as you get with like a proper sponsor or anything. All right. So we're just waiting for these to grow, and then you can start getting the sap. All right, so once we get the sap, the next thing I need is we will need to use this. And that's going to need like the hamster wheel to power it. And once we get that, we'll have just the, let's see, does it count if I open it multiple times? I don't think so. You never need, like, for me, never do the thing where you like click, so like open things or like open in multiple accounts. Like don't like do stuff to cheat it, scam it, whatever you want to call it. Like keep it on the up and up. You're always saying the dare drops make you a billionaire, right? Oh, I wish. It'd be a totally unsustainable model for them if that was the case. But nah, it's like, normally a regular sponsor will end up becoming like the primary source. It's that big of a deal. Like my primary income, that's that big of a deal. Whereas dare drops is nowhere near that much. I'm also suddenly realizing a problem if I leave this up. When they finish that wall, it is going to flood over. Oh, that was too much and too fast. Too fast. Hey, Ken Karma, how's it going? So I want to bring that down one tick at a time, and the reason I'm doing this is when they build this wall out, it's going to flood over the side there, and that's going to be a problem. So I'm just lowering it one tick at a time until that stops being an issue there. I know I am just flooding the whole area again and again and again. Okay, I think that'll be alright. I mean, I know the half is perfectly fine. So that'll just stop it from probably going up there at all. Yep. So then once they build this tile, and then the other tile, so you can worry about that next. Alright, so we're waiting for how much? 800? Yeah. I mean, we're making good time. Maybe this is doable. Hey, 16. Wait, can you push water off the edge of the map to the left there? Yep, you can push water off the edge of the map. So like right here, I'm just letting that
Take
dump
a
off the
sip.
side of the map here.
What's
And
the
then when I
worst
get
that
bad
could
water here, I slam that lock up and I slam that down to just reroute the water off the side of the map. It's the same thing that works against you when you're trying to store tons of water on the map. Is you have to wall off the edges or it just dumps off the side of the map. Alright, so that's all going well. We're waiting for these to grow enough that we can, Here, tell me 7 days. I'm assuming when they go to the next higher size, we'll start getting that. Doesn't your reservoir have an overflow at the bottom of the map? Or I'm miscounting, right? Yeah, so this is the same height as that. So it's going to fill in this area. It's not going to fill in this upper area. This dips down quite a bit. Alright, and we've almost got this blocked off. When that's done, the whole thing is sorted. Oh, you probably... I think we actually need a, probably don't need a large tank for this. It's maple syrup. I guess not. I'm surprised that doesn't need a special building. Alright. Okay, so they've almost got this to where I can start ticking this wall up a little bit more, a little bit more. Our water is holding up decently. Our food is solid. Yeah, all that's going fine. We are starting to make crackers and bread and everything, which is solid. Can you set a warehouse to resin storage? Yeah. I probably should. I'm just trying to avoid adding more products, because every product I add is another thing that's going to be a construction priority in between me and finishing the last dare. Where are you? There you go. Alright, almost got that done. So this is the next one, this one for 800. Once I have that, then it's the home stretch of that. So to prevent accidental overflow, all you have to do is keep a floodgate, the tiniest tick off the top. Yes. You just have to have the floodgate at least below whatever the rest of the line is. So if I slam that all the way up to 3, it will overflow, but if I do it like 2.5 once this wall is done, it should be totally fine. So once they build this tile, I can start ticking this back up more. We're at 500, need 800. Yeah, no, we could potentially do this. We're Question is, where are the bots? We're nowhere near that far in the tech. The bots are, where is? Yeah, the bots are over here at 750, and they require me to have steel. We've only been in this run for a couple of hours. So I should be able to tick this up twice. I'm off. Take it up just once. Come on, that should be fine. Come on, that should be fine. Really? Come on. Oh, I see, actually. Yeah, okay, my numbers are off. So I just gotta wait for it. Yeah, there's robots you can get in there that you can make do work or not. Yeah, but no, we're doing dare drops, so my priority is to accomplish the drops, not just, you know, get random things done later on. Because those dare drops get me keys to give to my audience, so they're more important to just arbitrarily getting whatever. Alright, so those should be pretty close to the point that we can get the resin out of them. And that'll be the medicine. We're almost at the 800. And like I said, that requires like the hamster wheel, so I'm just gonna like literally plunk it down here, shove a hamster wheel on the side of it as the means of powering it. It'll be incredibly inefficient, but clearing a bunch of space along this river to put to use, probably not worth our time. They sat on the floor, but it really wasn't comfy. I don't want to go to get in bed now. Difficult choices in life. I would really like for them to finish this off before the next drought or bad water, because that'd help a lot. Almost time. I guess if we're like right at the finish line, I can go a little bit long just to knock out the last of the dare drops to secure the key. Oh, we're also at the point I need another house. Because I have not all my jobs are getting filled anymore. We gotta watch so we don't actually have something important, not have people working at it. Probably you. Nope. You're fine. We're gonna go from not being able to like do this thing at all to like slamming it up in good ways. Oh, so we need this unlock, yes. That'll work. Mechanical power. Alright, so home stretch, we just need 300 more. Make that a higher priority than the other stuff, and same with that. Can't you have power up there? My power is all the way down here. I'd have to like dig through everything to get through there. So yes, but the ridiculous amount of time. Oh, and dandelions growing. You are correct. I need to get the dandelions growing. All right. So let's go here real fast. We can go to some of these trees over here on the right. Thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot about the dandelions. So I can get rid of those. I totally forgot about the dandelions part of this whole thing. Get at least a chunk of those knocked out. Because that'll let me put the dandelions there. And we can pop over here to you. And you'll be able to get the dandelions. Bad tide approaching. I don't know if you got that high enough yet. You do not. Come on, get that last 2 tiles built. At least that gives me an extra whole elevation of water to feed in there. Okay, we go here. The dandelions. And you've got that. We need a worker on that, and we need a worker on this. We can... I don't even know where we want to give up the workers. We could potentially give up... No, we want to keep the workers that... I don't know where the workers are going to come from. It's fine. The worker can come from that. You can't run right now, so go ahead and turn that off entirely. Come on, get those last 2 tiles. Get those last 2 tiles. I could slam this gate up. It gives us even more. Put 2 tiles at priority 0. Oh, I mean, these are already going to go first. That is something that's just going to happen with the way I've got the built operation. Like, they're going there, just... What happens is, they can carry the wood there, but until that tile's built, they won't go on to the next one because they can't reach it. So now they'll go to that one, but they'll do the laps one by one to get it. So it's the nature of how they move to build stuff is the limiting factor. Oh, we're out of planks. That's not great. Unable to get the required materials, so you're waiting for the pine resin. That's the issue you got going on. Why are you not getting the pine resin? Oh, we have to wait for it. That's fine. Alright, that's okay. Because you got all that going on. They're making progress. It's fine. Doing relatively fine in time. We should be right around the point. The good news, I need very little pine resin. Set that to be a decent priority as well. So we're short on planks, which is not great. Okay, so you got this, so you can knock that up 2 ticks. The reservoir is reservoiring. Means I can unpause this building. We can use another place for people to sleep. All right. So we can slam that up, slam you down.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 25 months.
Thank you, Randall Thor.
Just popping through to show some love.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to channel for 25 months, 2 years and a month. That does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel for all this time. So I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, no, it's no problem. Always welcome to pop by. So with that, while we wait for this to end, I'm going to go ahead and take this up to double time. That does mean I owe you a Lego. So let me go ahead and get that Lego built, and I will be right back with that. You're already running low on water? That's not how it's supposed to work, friend. So we're going to rush more water out here. And let me go ahead and get that Lego. Alright, so we just need one more Lego for the moment, and that'll be you. And we can go ahead and put you right there. No's supposed to face inward. Cool. Because I want to make sure I'm being honest with the whole Lego thing. Alright. Does the game have logic gates and stuff? They don't have it, at least not that I've seen. They don't have it where I could like go through here and adjust the gates like programming or some nonsense like that. It's just not the style of game. It's not an automation game. Maybe they'll get that someday, but it's not a thing yet. So those die in 11 days, so we should be fine. There's no workers available for the district. There's no workers available for the district. We're just short on people to work. Let's give you a little bit more priority and a little bit more priority here. All right. And my own question reminded me the AND game. Water-based calculators are a thing. In the game? I didn't think you could have, like, it do something. Like, you could do a thing where you could have it where it spills over and that kind of thing, so you could get a result. But I don't think you could have it where it goes, oh, you have this water, slam the gates in reverse kind of thing. Yeah, no, I don't think the game has any type of logic circuits. But yeah, I know in real life you have water-based calculators, certainly. Anything you can have a yes-no, you can do that with. That actually ran dry already. Not gonna worry about the plants running dry down there. We got plenty of food. We're just worry about keeping the water pumps up here. The downside is that doesn't hold much water. Because we didn't quite get to fill it up the whole way before it was said and done. Yeah, so we're not going to get that built. We're not going to get more planks right there. Let's see, what would happen if you put a full levee at the river exit and cap it where the water thingy was? The water through thing? I have no idea any of those words, Soul Atoms. You're gonna have to try in different words. I have no idea what you're asking me. Let's see, the thing you can walk on but water passes. Oh, you mean the dam? Yeah, let's see. What would happen if you put a dam at the river exit and cap it with the water through thingy? So this is a dam at the end. So it does go through there. Now if I could put a levee and I could put a dam on top of it, but it'd flood this whole area, I could build, like, realistically, what I'd probably do after here is I'd probably go and build another reservoir up here to feed the system and all that, and probably, like, build that up more for more water storage. But we don't have that. All right, so there's no more water to be had out there, so we'll put that back up to its high point. There's not much else to do while we wait. Alright, so we should be getting water soon. It's interesting when you know two languages and you suddenly forget random words in either one. Yeah, it happens. Alright, so as soon as the bad water is gone, we can turn this back on. We have all of the research we need. And as long as these don't die, which they shouldn't, we have 10 days and we should have the water back in 3. We should be able to get everyone to work here. Yeah, so we got enough people. We should be able to get everyone to work, get all the stuff planted, and hopefully get. You only need 5 of these, and now we can get the cure. So we're gonna plan to deliberately contaminate some beavers here in a moment. I mean, we're gonna science. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna science. Don't worry about it. It's nothing unethical is going to happen here. There'll be no beavers bathing in filth. Do you have tap percent? Yep, right there. We just need to wait for these to recover so they can finish getting the pine resin. And then once that happens, we'll get a bunch of planks, and we should be good to go. But I gotta wait for the bad water to go away so our pine gets back to growing. So I think we'll end up going slightly long just to do this last dare drop and knock it out. Because it literally is going to be get 5 medicine, run the beavers into the contaminated water and have them do a little dance. And then, you know, from there, have them go and get themselves taken care of. I do like the way the bad water changes it. Now, the one downside of the bad water change, if you're someone who wants to put up like a massive project and just let your city colony run in whatever you want to say, you can't do that anymore. Hey, Simcopter, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Simcopter 1? For those who don't know, Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games as well as Fortnite and Roller Coaster Tycoon, which I guess is technically a simulation by being a tycoon game, but plays a whole bunch of stuff. Also played Timberborn recently, but definitely someone you should check out and drop a follow and all good stuff. Yeah, we're doing a bunch of the dare drops, so we are on the micro map doing our thing. Got our whole lock system set up over here, doing the new bad water update, so we're kicking the bad water out of the side of the map for the moment. But we're trying to do our last dare drop, which is we have to cure some beavers, which does mean they need to get sick. Which does mean we get to do the entirely ethical thing of making our beavers deliberately go into radioactive waste. I mean, we're going to cure them. You had a great birthday party today? Yeah, no, I heard you talking about it. You were going to do the, oh, it was for the truck. It was pin something on the truck. Like tractor truck, like big rig truck kind of thing. Man, I forgot what it was. The way to turn the water into the other water, I think there is a way to do stuff like cap that off. There's probably a way to do some type of filtration, but I haven't figured it out yet. So as soon as the bad water is clean, we slam open this gate, we slam close the other gate to reroute the water into our reservoir. And we should be good to go. And we have, wait for it, flushed the bad water out. And slam this gate closed. And now I've routed all of our water in here. It'll fill in our reservoir and spill that. Pin the bucket on the front loader. The kids loved it and won a few prizes. Nice. So that should fill everything up. And then spill over here into our river. Should be spilling over any second now. You should be spilling over. There we go. I was getting a little nervous with how high that was getting. It's like, you're supposed to be spilling over now. That's absolutely ideal. It'll do that as it figures itself out. But nice. So we got a brand new reservoir up here to hold a bunch more water. There's a tiniest bit of bad water in the reservoir. Oh, I don't see it, but okay. Alright, so the trees did make it. So we're waiting for these trees to hit 100% of the pine resin production. And once that happens, we'll be able to make our special wood, and then we'll be able to make the herbalist. And after the herbalist, we'll be able to make the medicine, and then it is time for some beavers to go bathing in radioactive waste. I think it's diluted into oblivion. Yeah, no, it's hard to tell what does and doesn't matter with that. Alright, so we just got everything running here. So I don't think I need gears anymore, right? So you're gonna deprioritize working the gear factory. Okay, it's still mostly running. Yeah, the big thing here is I don't have pine resin, which is just waiting on that to grow. We've got our dandelions for dealing with the herbalist. Yeah, so that's literally just waiting on the pine resin. Everything is bottlenecked on the pine resin. You pause some research now if you need workers. Yeah, so I have 3 spares. So we're fine. Oh yeah, our workers are just massively, you know, popping up. I don't think we really care about any of these other things right now. It's literally just waiting for this to get progressed. Let's see, whenever you hear dandelion, you imagine a lion in a tutu. Oh, like a dandy lion? I see. Look, he'll pin a feather in his hat. Don't worry about it. I don't... Oh, grow 3 days and then 3 days to actually have it. I see. So it takes 3 days to get that started, and then 3 days later we actually get flowers. Okay, so right about to get our pine resin to start going. You are now a top-notch priority, you're a top-notch priority, you're a top-notch priority. And just roll with it. What's unconnected? Nothing? Yes, those are attached to each other. But yeah, no, this is an interesting map. It's like, it's this teeny tiny micro map that's just a waterfall with one little river going through it, and then like the bad water here is going through that river as well. And it forces you to try and just build small. Well, I guess build small and build tall. Which is an interesting thing to have to deal with. I actually really like that about this game, where you can build up. Alright, 96%. 97. You have a warning, unconnected. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's the house. They'll get there when they have some spare planks. Yeah, I'd like... Hey, we've got our very first one going. Because we only need 5 of these. They're going to go slightly long, but that's okay. I'd like to get this last dare drop, and like I said, it should give us a total for all of the dare drops, 5 keys for Timberborn to give out to the community. And I'll probably do that through the Discord, just since I won't have them at the end of stream. It'll be some couple days in the future. And I don't think we're going to be playing Timberborn for a little while. It's an excellent game, but all that. You should get your beaver sick. They need time to soak. This is true. But I do want to get this closer, yeah. Alright, beavers. What do I think will take you the most time to build? Hey, you know what you want to build? You want to build some really tall platform. Oh, wait, never mind. You're smart enough to go around the outside. Hang on. Not there. I'm sorry. Instructions unclear. You want to build some really tall platforms right here in this sweet, sweet radioactive water, and not there because you're smart enough to figure out your way around it. Alright, so we need 5 sick beavers. That's what we're aiming for. Which feels really weird to be deliberately dunking people, like dunking sentient creatures in radioactive goo to get them sick just to test the cure. Just gonna say, not feeling the most moral or ethical in this exact moment. Wait, what? Oh, right. I never did build the ramp. That's fair. All right, we got 2 of those done. 1 beaver is unwell. 2 beavers are unwell. Oh, wait, we only have 4 that are builders. 3 beavers are unwell. So we're gonna have to swap out the beavers here. One beaver is injured, which is unrelated to all of that. Congratulations on your construction. Take it apart. And now it's not requiring you to go in there far enough. Okay, so we want to swap out the beavers who are working right now. Or is it going to do that automatically? I have no idea how this works. But I would like to swap out the beavers who are currently working. So we have, like, Wardrog or whatever its name is. Okay, so you're still working there. Can I easily switch out who is working here? Bum. Bum. Our goal is to get 6 or 5 sick beavers. I have no extra workers. Okay. It's like, build it. Okay, take it back. Alright, so what can we do to get some more beavers moved around? How close are you to being built? You're right about to be built. I wonder if there's an easy way to show that you actually did this, though. Alright, so let's get you all reassigned. So we have 2 without jobs. You have 1 more treated plank. You already have most of the materials. You could unassign you. Reassign you. Actually, here, we can do this. Cool, we got different people this time. Alright. That's 4 beavers who are unwell. We just need 1 more unwell beaver. Not there. Okay, we have 5 unwell beavers. Alright. So now that we've got ourselves our sick beavers, and we've got this making medicine, we even got an extra unwell beaver. So we've got our medicine being produced. I don't actually know where they get treated now that I think about it. So they get the medicine here, and that goes there. Do I have to wait for them to actually get sick? It's fine for no, but they'll get sick in a couple days. Maybe I have to wait for them to actually get sick. We do have the, Oh, yeah, we might need an extra medical tent. I actually have no idea how this works now that I think about it. Medical bed? Yeah, sure. Have an extra 4 of those. You had to build beds? Gotcha. Thank you. They had to be contaminated. Alright, so we've got 2 contaminated beavers. So they should be grabbing the medicine and doing something with it. I assume grab the medicine and go to the bed. So we're contaminated. We've got the medicine made, bulk. We do have sick beds, but they're not using them. I mean, the injured beaver is, but not the sick beavers. I don't know how to administer the cure. Yeah, so you're wandering around at the moment. You're just really roaming around. You're not going for the medicine. shower in the cure? I mean, we have the shower available, but that also doesn't seem to be doing... Like, they're not going to it. Is there any other things here? So it's definitely not these. And that's where all that stuff is. So we built the things. So I'm a little confused to how this works. Yeah, so you're making... You're making the antidote and all that, but I'm not seeing them actually use it. We've already got maxed out priority. Like, the medical beds make sense, but they're definitely not using that either. Yeah, so basic needs injury, so it's not that. This implies it's basic needs. So the antidote itself is basic needs, whatever. Oh, they actually took it. They actually took 2 of them. I don't know where they took it, but they did take 2 units out of here. 4 units now. They're not going to the medical beds, but they're doing something with it. I guess we'll wait and see. Apparently they should be a deacon bed or decontam bed. I mean, I see medical bed. I don't see an alternative to that. I doubt it's under decorations, but we're just checking. It's not under monuments. It's not under science. Not under power. Not under metal. Not under this. Not under food. Not under housing. It's not under this. Storage makes no sense. Definitely not going to be under water. Contamination barrier stops. Oh, that's interesting. You make a wall that I can't go through. It's not under past, not under priorities. If there's a decontamination bed, it's that. I think you've got to keep in mind that there's two different groups of beavers. There is the folktail and there is the there's the iron teeth, and they have different rules. So they're definitely taking the antidote out. I wonder if it's just it takes a lot of antidote to cure them. Like, I'm wondering if it's like maybe there's a chance of decontamination each time they hit it. So you grabbed the antidote. Oh. I don't know if one died of old age or they got better, because the list doesn't show me. Oh, they are getting better because they didn't... I guess there's just no message about them getting better. Okay, so I mean, it's working. It's going to be really hard to prove that we actually did it, though. But that's fine. We'll just clip and be like, hey, look, they're cured. Because they're not dying of old age. Because we're seeing here that there's not a death happening, yet the contaminated ones are going down. So I think it is that you can't just give them, like, a unit of antidote. It just was things that they, you know, drink a little bit, they drink a little bit, they drink a little bit, and eventually it goes away. Check the game stats. Where on earth do I find that? Where... Yeah, that's options. I'm not seeing any stats here. Nothing under well-being. Yeah, no, well-being will just show if they have been contaminated. So yeah, the global population view, sleep, lodge, like, we've got a bunch of stuff here. But nothing here that would be, like, long-term stats. Like, you have had X number of beavers die, X number of beavers this. We have the bug report thing. We still got 3 of them getting better. But that's because 2 of them took longer to get sick than the others. None of these are clickable other than to collapse them. Yeah, all that just takes me to the various sections here. Any idea if there are stats where you'd find them? Maybe District 1? Nope, that just takes me to the district. It takes me to that. Yes, I don't see a place with stats. How did you go on well? What are you... Oh, you probably went in there to collect stuff. That's fine. I guess that's fair. Yeah, so once we've had 1 more cured, then we're good. I just don't see where I have that information anywhere to show. How else could you report the things? You gotta keep in mind with dare drops, they don't always do a good job of that. So I would just say do the clip there. We saw one got better. There's no anything here showing that they're cured, but we can show that we got 2 big full tanks of antidote. We did cure them. We just don't have a way of demonstrating unless they want, like, you know, a 30-minute long highlight of them getting better. So as long as they put out there, that's good enough. If anyone whines, I'll be like, hey, here's the VOD. Have fun. Like, look, you got it. It's the same thing with, like, the tour we had to do, and we had a couple different dare drops that we've had over the time where it's like, hey, do this thing. I'm like, well, how do I demonstrate it? It's like a 2-hour long thing. And the ending, it doesn't, like, give you an achievement. But with all that said, it is about that time, chat.
6 beavers were cured. Yay.
Yeah, 6 beavers were in fact cured. Another one apparently got themselves sick cleaning stuff up, but that's fine. But with all that said, we are going to go ahead and drop a save. Oh, I just noticed that our old save is gone. I guess it does make sense. So with that though, chat, what's going to end up happening here is, first of all, for you over on YouTube and TikTok, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you because unfortunately it's just one of those things that I can't have you raid someone else. So thank you again. I do hope to see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Probably with SnowRunner and Farming Sim I think we'll be doing tomorrow. And also on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that stuff. And what we'll be doing over here on Twitch is I'm going to go ahead and put us on the ending